Hello and welcome to Tales of the Temple Tankard. I'm Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your host for Dungeon Master for Avress the Shattered World here on the Temple Tankard Discord servers and YouTube channels. Hey, we are starting off here with the group having dispatched a large group of devils and demons, um, sent out to deal with them as they approach the area known as the Cauldron. It seems a bit of scrying had been done, and a force had been sent out to deal with them. And unfortunately, that force was wiped out. To pretty much all of the demons were wiped out, and a bunch of the orcs ended up turning and running and leaving the fight behind, as they did not want to deal with the party that was wiping out the demons. Um, and as they hesitated, the demons turned and attacked them, so even more reason for them to leave. So the orcs, a group of orcs, has fled to the west from where you guys were fighting, and you moved on from there, kind of deciding trying to figure out what to do. As you traveled another full day toward the cauldron, and you can see now on the horizon in front of you, sort of a strange, like chaotic, almost aurora borealis effect on the horizon. It's a little more it's a little more pronounced at nighttime, but you can see sort of this swirling, shifting lights, mostly reds and yellows, and it's almost like fire, but occasionally some odd streaks of green and other colors mixed in as well. It's pretty, but it's very chaotic looking. And there's a sense of just wrongness where you are as you get closer. Amethyst, you will as as this approach as you are approaching, um, that ever-present buzz from the dagger is still there. You are definitely feeling it. It is not like it's not getting stronger, but it's very persistent. Like it is warning that there's a proximity there. Um, and you've been noticing it for a while now, and it's still there, continuing. You're not hearing any voices or anything else, just this high alert buzz of unease from the spirit trapped inside of it. The rest of you, however, are uh, nothing strange. Although I will say, this last night, Athena, your dream was particularly intense. You saw um, a very similar, um, a very similar version of the dream you had before, but this time you catch a little bit of a little bit longer of a scene. The approach actually, so you're getting a little bit of bits of flashes of people on the airship traveling to this direction. You are kind of getting memories and flashes of what appears to be a number of people on the deck of a ship. Um, and this ship is looks a little bit different from Serenity, the one you guys are flying on. Does not have sails. It looks to be like a normal like ship like shape at least, but it does not have a mast or sails or anything. Um, and it's uh medium size, kind of small, medium sized ship, with hold maybe about 20 or so people comfortably, a crew of about maybe 10 to 15 with passengers and everything else. Um, so yes, I mean, you sense as you look over the other crew, you see a very dignified looking, salt and pepper, like steely gray haired and bearded wizard, um, who you don't really know. Because you weren't there when they saw all the images of who was what, who was who. Um, Another wizard, a bit younger, not like round, but he has sort of that. He's not very well in shape, as opposed to that the steely gray wizard, um, who's very broad-shouldered and tall and kind of powerful looking. The guy talking to him most there is kind of a shorter, um, uh, a little bit doughier in his appearance. He's definitely doesn't look like a fighter around him, but you'll notice he's always kind of ever present around him. Is sort of this glowing, like telekinetic hands that move things around. He just needs to control them all the time. Um, and you will see someone that you've seen a few too many times. There is the red robed wizard that you uh, have recognized and come to expect is Rary, an elderly man, very stately looking, thin, tall, and kind of uh, a bit severe looking, kind of uh, very much keeps to himself. Other than that, the crew, the captain, all people you've seen many times being struck down, being in the middle of fighting, and everything else. But there's uh, other than that, you kind of skip forward to landing, to the attack, to the fight, to being struck down by this massive pit fiend, black blade wielding attacker. But other than that, uh, nothing else is really different. Just more intense and a little bit more images that flash through your mind as you're dreaming. But you have the morning. You have the time ahead of you here. The rock is ready to be used. And you realize, at least looking at the map and kind of figuring out about how far you would have gone, approximately, you could basically fly the distance and get within sight of the cauldron itself, you believe. Depending on how high you fly, depending on how fast you push it, how long you go. You are getting to a point where you can start to at least be able to scout the region around the area you're looking for. So, with all that in mind, what would you all like to do?
I'd like to go home, please.
Mm.
Go for it.
Yeah, just go home. That's all. Just leave.
Yep, that's just fly the rock over the ocean, just keep it out for as many days as you can. Sure, go for it.
It's very scary.
I'm not going over that water. We've been over that water. That water's creepy.
I haven't, not really.
Been on the edge of it.
On the edge of it, yeah.
We saw the things that were in it.
Mm.
Well,
Yeah.
not really. We saw the shapes of dark figures of things that were in it.
And heard the singing.
Just fly high enough, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
So, alright. That's a thing. But I think what we should do is formulate a plan of going in there. Right? Like, we're not just going to charge in there. We need to figure out, we're going to fly, are we going to, like, dive bomb them? With the rock?
I don't think so. That would allow them to pick us off while we're in the sky, I think. We come in like, oh, look at us, we're here!
I mean,
So,
it might help to know what you're up against before you decide on a plan of attack.
Yeah, we do need to see what's occurring before.
I mean, what you've heard and the images you've heard is there are hundreds, if not thousands, of demons here. So it's not like it's like...
Yeah.
We're not going to hit them head on, else we're just going to die.
Yeah.
Right. So, game plan. Lucas can be invisible, but is your Pegasus invisible when you're invisible?
Yes.
Yeah, can be.
So, do you want to do like a flyover when we get close enough?
I mean, just to remind you, you can cast invisibility on other things as well.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever it's carrying is also invisible. The rock.
Like the rock.
Wow.
Can we cast it on the rock? I thought we'd still be visible if we were flying.
I mean, the thing is, whatever. Normally, when you make something invisible, whatever it's carrying is also invisible.
Mm-hmm. As long as we're on it, whilst you cast invisible on it, then it's carrying us, isn't it? So
And you can try it and see. You haven't tried it, but you know that when you cast, because you can cast visibility on you, and it works on your Pegasus, but that's because of the way that summoning works. The rock may be different.
I'd be willing to give it a go. Are you willing?
Only lasts for an hour though. So.
Sure. Well,
But we could tell when we're about an hour or about half an hour from them.
If we're just getting an idea of where things are and who is where and where the best place to start is, then that's all we need, isn't it? We just need to go and scout and have a look around. I worry that if there's anything that has sea invisibility, we're a bit screwed.
Sea invisibility can only see 120 feet.
Yeah, so as long as we fly higher than that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever the spell is. You can't see something beyond the range of the spell, which is not your full eyesight.
Actually, it is, Jim.
Is it?
Just see invisible creatures as if they were visible. There's no range on it.
Now, True Sight has a range. That was something you were looking at before.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say this. Still, I mean, you're not sure what sensory capabilities they have exactly. You do know that some things have True Sight. That does have a range. You don't know if they can just see invisible or not. That's something you're not really sure of that how that works exactly. But I mean, still, if you're flying high enough, the chances are not going to spot you as easily either.
Yeah, they're not going to be looking for a giant bird, are they?
No, I don't think so.
Although we don't know who knows what about us, what kind of resources we have. We know that they have been spying on us, so to assume they don't know about the rock would probably be foolish.
Raz, what ideas do you have?
Well, flying and getting some perspective of the land would be very good. And if you could do it without being seen, very better. And if you go to the ocean, just go fishing. Never know what you could find.
Has anyone got less than 6 Manatech items?
What is Manatech?
I don't think I have any Manatech. No, I have the saddle.
It's the Guardian's Bond
saddle.
bracelet. Is that Manatech?
Yes.
The
what? The bracelet.
Sure. They should say Manatech on them. All the ones that I created say Manatech and then whatever it is.
The Guardian's Bond bracelet does not say that.
It's not then.
No.
That was enchanted.
It was enchanted, yes, because I didn't have the Manatech item made. I just had it.
And you can't make Manatech that small. A bracelet you could do, but you can't do a bracelet. Yeah.
Because I've got Manatech boots of non-detection in the bag of holding. But I've got 5 Manatech items, so I can't have another one.
I just have the saddle summoning, and I don't think Raz has anything.
Well, if saddles are Manatech, I have a saddle that I was given by the group.
Well, the saddle is one of the things it doesn't really count toward what you're wearing and using on yourself. The saddle is something that you take out and use and put it away. It's not a...
Okay, then...
Yeah.
the two newest of us don't have any mana tech.
If someone wants to take these boots, you can cast non-detection on the rock and then cast invisibility, and then even see invisible won't work.
True. That's very true.
Or true seeing.
If true seeing's natural, it will work, but if it's a spell, it won't.
Right. Some things have some demons and devils and stuff have natural true seeing, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
then,
the Nalfeshni did. You know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't care who has them. Whereas if you want them, you may have them.
Who is most likely to be stealthy, going in and having a peek at stuff?
well, you can cast it on somebody else. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just, I've got 5 mana tech items, so I can't use them.
Okay.
Raz, do you want them?
If you want to give them to me, fine.
Yes. We're giving them
already-
to you.
I think you already did. You already give him the boots of speed?
Oh, I did give
I
him the
have
boots of speed.
Boots, yes, boosts
Yeah.
of speed, which I thought were very important for a very fat, slow dwarf.
I will take the boots of non-detection then.
Sure.
Yeah.
Alright.
Don't forget to put it on your character sheet.
It is on my character sheet. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Take it off mine then.
Alright. I'm going to learn what it does. Is there anything else that we think we need to focus on before we go into this?
Well, when I heard the voice from the blade, it told me to focus on Trexiarch and his sword. And that's the answer to everything, basically. So,
The answer to Trexiarch.
it's a Trexiarch. The sword.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's only as powerful as his evil sword allows him to be. Not that he won't be hard without the sword, but like if we could find that sword, I don't know if he's just like constantly carrying it, but if we could sneak in and take that sword, that would be amazing.
I don't know about sneaking in and taking it, but we could sneak in and beat him up and then take it from him.
Yeah.
Imagine he's got a pretty good eyesight.
Yeah.
Yeah, just noticed also in my bag of holding and sitting there doing nothing, I've got some mana tech braces of blessing. Allow you to cast bless. If someone wants those, someone who hasn't got many mana tech items.
That'd be good for Raz.
An item. This item is that I'm searching for.
What's it called? A wand of bless.
Bracers of blessing.
Yeah, it starts mana tech, then dash braces of blessing. Bracer of blessing.
I think it's important at this point to say when we do find Trexiarch, I really wouldn't get close enough to him to let him touch you with that sword, because if he kills you with that sword, you're not coming back from that ever. So don't let him get you.
Don't let him kill you. Yeah, okay.
Don't let him kill you, especially with that sword. I mean, try not to die anyway, but at least if you die by any other means, that we can eventually bring you back. But from that, there's no coming back. It's a bad death. I don't even know how a shattered soul being shattered would even work, but it worked with Addy. she was gone forever, and she was a shattered soul. So back out into the ether, I suppose. I don't know. Weird. It's very weird. I really do look forward to destroying Trexiarch, but at the same time, the idea of being near him absolutely terrifies me. Having had all of these visions of him killing and
Yeah.
you know, everything.
So, do we think that we're prepared? Do we have anything in bags that we think we should divvy out?
I think that's what Lucas is doing now.
Yeah. I still have a potion of psychic resistance on me. And 1 potion of greater heal.
Didn't we get some more potions given to us? You guys who tend to be on the front line should be having those. Yeah, we got some from the dudes. You know, the dudes. The last time we were somewhere where people were nice to us.
The Centaurs.
The Centaurs. Yeah, they gave us some potions. 6 potions, brownish honey smelling, greater healing potions, which are slightly better than the ones we've seen before. 4d4 plus 8. These can be used as a full round action only, not as a bonus action. I think you guys should just have them. We shared them out between us, and 2 for Athena and 1 for everyone else. But I think ideally you two should probably have 3 each. What do you think, Lucas?
Yeah.
We tend to be
Okay.
on the front line a bit less. So
I've got 2 superior healing potions anyway.
I got some too. So I'll put that there.
Oh, and a supreme.
There you go.
Okay.
I have some superiors. If somebody I can give a couple of superiors out if people want them.
No, I think I'm okay. Are you good, Raz?
In my pouch, I have 1 potion of healing superior, 1 potion of healing greater.
You should have 3 graders.
3 greaters.
Well, 2 of them are +8 instead of +4. But,
Right.
yeah.
I'm just trying to be careful. I'll give 1 superior to No Name and 1 for Athena.
Have a superior. Okay.
Superior.
Thank you. I only drink if I'm dead. Or near dead.
Once you're dead, it's not good to drink it.
I was going to dump it in his mouth. You're all set.
That would take an action from one of us to do that, though.
I also have, if somebody wants it, I have a potion of heroism, which gives you 10 temporary hit points and a bless spell, or the same as a bless spell for an hour.
Don't those temporary hit points recharge every round?
It doesn't say that.
Okay, the heroism spell worked. I guess not. Like the spell heroism.
That wouldn't stack with Lucas's.
No, but when you run out, you could then take that.
Exactly.
It's true. You said superior for those potions, right?
Yeah.
I put it in the chat. Yeah.
Thank you. Adding to equipment.
So the three each of the honey smelling ones for you two.
Mm-hmm.
1 each superior, and then a potion of heroism to whichever of you wants it. Please put it on your character sheet because I'm taking it off mine.
Potion of heroism. Who's got it?
I have a potion of maximum power, which I'm going to keep.
So it gives you bless without having to concentrate on it.
And 10 temporary hit points.
It puts that lasts for an hour.
Yeah. Okay. So taking the early morning as you're all sort of divvying up things and reorganizing stuff. That's all good.
Mhm.
I'll obviously inspire everyone to do 23 temporary hit points.
Exactly.
Thank you.
What does it sound like, though? I've never heard it.
Probably sounds like him farting really loud whilst you're eating your breakfast.
That sounds like something he would do for you.
Uh-huh. Me? Yeah, sure, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, it doesn't describe it. I just spend 10 minutes playing my instruments, inspiring the music.
All right, so the music, you have accompaniment as you're sort of like packing things up and collecting things and kind of planning out what you do, looking over your equipment and everything. And then yes, you can summon up the rock and take off. On the horizon, you don't, like I said, you don't see a tremendous amount of like activity or anything else. It's only the fight you just had was literally just yesterday, so you have some time. The trail that group followed was very easy to follow, to see, very easy to see and to follow. You don't see any sign of the orcs that rode off. They do not come back this way. They just rode off to the west and kind of, as far as you know, kept going, or not sure what happened to them. But you're able to hop on the rock and continue. As the day progresses, the sky ahead of you takes on more of a reddish color. Kind of that shifting, swirling aurora borealis effect there becomes distinctly more red and sort of darker as you get closer, as you head south. The space you start to see a lot of like just broken landscape, a lot of like corrupted, and like the grasslands all around you, to the east, to the north, over to the ocean, and then to the west. As you travel further south, the grass becomes like less present. The ground becomes more dead, like fewer and fewer plants. The soil becomes more blackened and charred looking. There's lots of cracks and jutting little rocks and everything else. You can definitely feel a more the casters among the group there can feel definitely like a bit of a lot more uneasiness in the mana that's here. It's more chaotic, more difficult to grab onto. Not that you couldn't cast your spells for yourself, but there's some things that you're realizing are having difficulty in terms of just like there's a bit of almost like a static effect around you as you sort of focus your senses and kind of have that ever present like crackling and shifting perspective a little bit there when it comes to mana. However, not enough to prevent you from spell casting, just a bit unsettling as you approach. You realize the effect is very similar to that of when you're in close proximity to rifts, as there is sort of a ebb and flow of magic that's not natural to the world around the rifts. That's what you're seeing, at least initially here. Nope. That's not what I want to do at all. There it is. Yeah. You continue. And as you do, you start to see jutting like formations of rock like almost like there's cracked, like you took like hillsides and then just cracked them in half and cracked them open and fell apart. The landscape becomes much more jagged and rocky as you're heading further south. Um, the ocean, because you're flying high up to see your ocean to the left. You will see the water out there just looks very, very. Before it was all very like choppy and just like lots of waves, lots of white water, lots of kind of a dark, kind of a grayish blue coloring. But as you're traveling south here, the ocean out beyond you becomes much more still and darker. Like the water is looking less choppy and full of waves, and the coloring is becoming much more dark, almost black, as you look out at the ocean over there. Very unnatural as you sit as you're traveling down here. There is obvious signs of travel. You just see you see trails of like large groups of horses and feet and maybe hooved feet and everything else, just trampling the landscape all down below you. It's become very obvious there's a lot of activity here moving around, and there's very little in the way of anything to wipe away signs of that activity. You haven't seen it rain here at all since you've been in this region. It's just dull, dead, broken landscape.
Period.
Hmm?
We
Yep.
haven't seen it rain at all, period, on this continent.
True, you have not. And near as the sun starts to go down, the sun you don't see, sorry, as you're traveling there, again, the landscape ahead of you is kind of reddish, whirling colors, everything else. It's hard to see what time of day it is exactly because, again, there's no sun present in the overcast sky. But you will start to see among the crags and the rocks there signs of movement. Just it's way off there. Just like the fact that there's like one of the rock formations is a little bit too like unnatural. It's not. It looks to be almost like a tower of some kind. Hard to say. It's still miles and miles off. You're still out like hours away, but you're starting to see what's out there. And occasionally you'll see something like a little almost like a flock of birds or something, but it's obviously you can't see what it is. So there's this swirling mass of something moving away from the region to the south of you. And then it gets dark. Night falls. The sky still has that reddish swirling to the south, but the sky above is black. All wherever you look there is just at this point black. That reddish glow is stronger now, and almost looks like the horizon's on fire as you look down that way. So as night falls, what do you want to do?
We're getting closer to that reddish hue in the night
Oh
sky,
yeah,
right?
it's definitely, yeah. And you can see and you can kind of see now, as you're getting closer there, the whole horizon was kind of like that. Now it's kind of narrowing to the point where you can see it's dark over there, and it's definitely like reddish in a more localized space as you get closing in on it.
And we are about where the dots end on the map there?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. Can I look around and see if we can see any type of civilization?
Sure.
Spin the rock for a good little bit.
Yeah, you can kind of zoom around.
Anything?
Yeah.
Perception.
I suppose we'll all look.
Yeah, sure.
21.
Nice. Okay. You don't see signs of nice 30, 26. Okay, excellent. You don't see signs of like glowing lights in the city. Ahead of you, you might be able to make out some like light among the swirling reddish color there. Like there may be like large torches or something ahead of you. Signs of light to the south there. You do not see any like cities or civilizations or encampments where you are here. You will spot kind of at one point off to the closer to the ocean, so to your left essentially, kind of over this direction here. You will spot some what may be ruined buildings. Not a city exactly, but like stone structures that have been collapsed and worn over time. You can kind of make out what looks to be like what may have been walls of a building of some kind that's been so partially collapsed. Think of the ruins you've seen in like South America on the coastline, that kind of thing, in Chile and things like that. You'll see kind of like structures or things are just a little bit too like straight and artificial to be a natural rock formation of any kind. But they're not whole intact buildings.
Do we want to go over there and look around and maybe see if that is a better place to settle down for the night? Or do we want to push on with the rock because, this would be the last day we have with him?
Remember, you can keep the rock out as long as you want.
Yep.
You don't have to put it away. It takes longer to recharge. So
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And it could, being here could hide him a little bit better while we're resting, and we can just keep him out.
It also might be quite good to be able to just bring him out if we need a quick rescue.
Well, we'll keep him out. We're not gonna...
Yeah, remember, you dismiss him, he's gone until he recharges.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's out until, yeah.
But I think we just keep him out now at this point, and then...
Okay.
Until after battle, and then after battle's over, we'll put him away and let him rest.
Okay. So you want to head down toward the ruined city, essentially?
Yep.
Okay.
Hopefully
it's
there's
not
not
right-
anything there to kill us, or, too much in the way of having a battle.
It's not right at the coast, but it's nearby it. Kind of on a hillside overlooking the ocean, essentially, is what you're looking at here. Kind of looking out toward the ocean. Come on, let me just try to. There we go. It's a circle. What is going on? Okay, there we go. That's fine. I'll be about there. That's fine. And so as you bring the rock down, it lands kind of on the outskirts there. You start to see, yes, some of the walls of what used to be buildings are roughly 10 to 12 feet high. Some are just like little like rubble, you just kind of all scattered things there. You can kind of see what may have been a collection of buildings here. Very rough hewn stone, very worn with time and wind. But nothing, you don't see nothing comes running out to see you or running, or you don't see movement among the stones as you approach. However, as you land and disembark, give me perception checks again. Actually, no, we'll use your ones you already have here. So that's fine. It's fine. You're fairly certain there's nothing like you don't see like riders, people. There's no lights. There's no campfires. Signs of inhabitants at least. However, as you land Lucas and Amethyst, you will spot this first. There are some shifting, moving, ghostly shapes among the rocks. They're not rushing out at you. They're just sort of like moving. Like they're not even aware of your presence. As you kind of look at them. They appear to be sort of semi-transparent, softly glowing images of what appear to be orcs. One carrying a basket, maybe a woman, you can't really tell the details, still a ways away, walking along the edge of one of the buildings. You'll see one who's like tending to something, but there's nothing there. Like they're kind of like making this kind of a motion, like they're brushing an animal or maybe a horse or something, but there's nothing there that they're doing. There's another one that's going through some sort of motions with a sword in their hand, just sort of like going through and like doing some sort of like weapons practice, but nothing's engaging with them. It's just sort of by themselves. As you see, as they don't seem to be aware of you, they don't seem to be looking in your direction. Even they just seem to be going about their business for the most part.
You want to
All
speak
right.
to the ghosts?
There's a ghost.
Possibly.
The ghostly figures that are doing stuff like this still alive? Probably. Well, there's nothing suggesting that they're hostile, but I mean, I don't know if it'd be a good idea to be possessed by some undead thing before we go for the biggest battle of our lives so far.
Well, let's talk to them. They're just ghosts, right?
I think so.
Not all ghosts are friendly.
Sure.
No, maybe we'll find Casper.
Raz, go ahead and give me a religion check. I know you have a better chance.
No, Raz.
Oh,
no
wow.
Religion.
Not a clue. Yes.
Well then.
You've been obviously in this land the longest here, and you've seen things like this before. These are apparitions or remnants. They are not intelligent. They don't seem to have anything. They just sort of like go about their business. Well, it's almost like you're watching a recording. Things just kind of happening, going about their daily lives or anything else like that. You have seen, you've talked to some similar than this before, and some are capable of communication, but it's one of those things of it's hard to tell exactly. But you're really certain watching these guys and how they're acting there. You've seen this kind of thing before, that these are probably not going to be hostile. But they also may not be. They also may not be helpful, depending on if there's any awareness to them or not.
Helpful, but not as smart as Raz.
So then, let's go talk to him or no? I'm gonna go talk to him. I'm gonna go talk to him.
Okay. So you have woman with a basket, another orc tending to an animal, and one going through weapon practice. Which one do you want? Which one do you want to approach?
Can you speak Orcish?
No. I'm
We
learning.
That might be a problem.
Tongues.
Well,
Definitely.
go ahead. Lay it on me.
Okay. So you go ahead and cast tongues. Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna go over to the one that is practicing with his weapon.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, there's a better way of doing that.
Oh, wow. Straight in with I can do better than you. Wow.
No,
Okay.
just offering advice.
The weapons, the figure just keeps swinging and swinging and swinging. Doesn't really acknowledge that they even heard you. They're just so focused on what they're doing there. And as you approach, they're definitely wearing what appears to be a very elaborate harness. You just kind of see they're like a leather like armor of some kind. But it's an odd something that's not something you see anyone wear. You never see anyone wear something like this. There, it's sort of like like strapped leather armor that almost fits in like a harness of some kind. Very odd looking attire that you can make out of this person there. But they are literally just like chopping away at the air, going through motions, and really not acknowledging your presence at all.
Yep. Those are great people skills.
Yep. Yeah, Rez. How close do you get to the one with the basket?
5 feet, just enough to explode.
Okay. All right. So as they walk and they seem to like turn suddenly, like there's like they're going to walk around something. There's nothing there that you can see, but they turn as if to walk around something there, and they sort of brush through you for a moment. And you feel this intense cold for not enough to cause any damage, but it's kind of like that. You get this brush of like intense cold that leaves you feeling a bit numb and tingly where it touches you, but they keep walking past you.
Whereas has not felt tingly in years.
She is quite a bit taller than you. And also, because you're a dwarf and she's an orc, so she's about 6 feet tallish.
The last thing I think as she walks through me is, my, what a marvelous belly button.
Wearing some sort of like an apron of some kind, kind of like a long skirt type thing, some heavy boots, and some sort of leather, almost like a leather apron of some kind there with the various things tucked away in pockets in the front. There's also an axe on her hip. But she passes right through you and goes along there. And as she does that, the third figure that's in there tending to the horse will turn to you, looking directly at you. Say,
Which you?
Let's see. Well, actually, we'll look at both of the two of you since you're both there, just kind of like there. And Raz, you don't speak Orc, but you do see him. You hear him speaking something in a kind of a rough voice, very distant sounding and echoey. But Athena, you recognize it because you have tongues now. You should leave them alone. They are not aware.
This is a horse talking to me?
The guy tending to a horse that's not there. No,
Okay,
there is no
okay.
actual horse. He's brushing the air like there is a horse.
It's not Mr. Ed.
Listen, I was about to pull the card and do the Mr. Ed stuff, but okay. Alright. Well, so they're unaware of that they're dead?
They're not aware of anything.
Oh. How'd they die?
Kind of looks around. The air turned to fire. Burned everything. Took all living and incinerated them to nothing. Us to nothing. Sort of like pauses and goes back, like he's like brushing something there, and there's no brush in his hand either. He's like he's almost like he's brushing a mane of a horse or the flanks of a horse. There's nothing there.
So fire came and blew it up, huh?
And as you're close there, you can see that the stone itself, part of the wall that's collapsed over near where the seeing where you're standing there, you'll see that the stones, like a couple of stones have toppled off of the wall as it's kind of kind of pulled apart there. The outer one side of the stone is completely blackened, and the inside of the stone is very gray and more light colored, like as if one part of it was scorched and then the wall collapsed and the interior portion of the wall is not scorched. So as if this entire area was burned.
What burned you? What do you know what it was? I know you said the air, but
No warning, nothing we could see, just fire and heat. Plant, crop, the herd, all of us gone in a flash of heat and death. Goes back to, you're not like the others here,
no.
or seen anyone like your kind. He's looking at most of you. Kind of like has this gaze kind of over there, and you can see as Rez, you're probably standing closest to him there. You can see through him. Like there's you can see like the wall and they partially through him there. He's only partially visible. There's
Where? Go ahead.
no riders and terrible creatures, ones that fly. They all come and go.
Ones that fly. So the dragons.
Oh, the flying demons you just fought yesterday.
Oh yeah. Flying demons. Okay.
Yeah.
Where?
Although he's not describing what they are, but yeah, you assumed, yeah.
So we're from across the ocean.
Kind of
So that
turns and looks off that way.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looks and kind of like looks back slowly.
So, do you have any idea of what's going on over there with that light? And I'll point behind me.
It's in the direction of Molman, but not that far.
Malman?
Molman.
Malman. Okay.
What does that mean?
I
Probably
don't
the
know.
name. It's probably the name of the city down there.
Yeah, he looks to the south.
You're the one who talks. You have to ask him.
I'm not the only one that can talk to him. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
You
at the
are.
moment, yes. Nobody else speaks orc.
Oh, dang. Okay. So, what is in the city of Malman? Malman.
It was a city, a large city of the rulers, leaders, chiefs. One of few cities of Orcrush.
Cities of Warcrush. Why does that name sound familiar?
Well, you're in the Orclands. That's probably what they call their kingdom,
Mm-hmm,
their lands.
mm-hmm. Okay.
Where is the city of Molmon? Is that where the Cauldron is now?
I think it's just past the Cauldron. Have you ever heard of the Cauldron?
Just sort of like looks at you and just kind of like cocks his head a bit to the side there and shakes his head slowly.
Nope. He's never heard of the Cauldron.
And you realize, and Raz, you're kind of looking around here, this person will obviously be bound to this location. He probably died here and probably cannot venture forth beyond the ruins itself. Maybe not even beyond where he's standing now. Those of you, the two you being up closer, you will see a couple other like hazier figures that sort of like one seems to be sitting, but there's no table or chair to sit at. Just kind of sitting off in the ruins of a building off to like kind of further beyond. Someone else who's obviously just sort of like walking along a pathway of some kind, but they're just kind of like passing through the rubble as they go. Just sort of like walking along what may have been a street at some point or a pathway between buildings. It's hard to say. All told, you're probably seeing maybe about 10 or so figures among the ruins.
So there weren't a lot of people here then.
Well, I mean, the place is a fairly sizable like village / city of some kind. Hard to say how big, because again, you're let's not see many intact structures at all. But I mean, the size of the area where you're seeing here maybe 100 or so people. So you're only seeing maybe about 10 or so figures.
Do you think that it would be okay for us to rest here?
Rest is all anyone can do here.
Okay. We're gonna set up camp and rest. I appreciate everything. If you need anything, we're just gonna be over here.
Just sort of like at that point, sort of it goes back to brushing and becomes a little as if he kind of turns away and starts doing his work again, and you get the impression of he's like not focusing on anything anymore. Amethyst and Lucas, give me a perception check from since you guys were hanging back a bit. Okay. You will take note that like as they're talking, as you're standing here, where at first you saw only 3 figures, now you're seeing a couple more, and they becoming a little bit more distinct. Not so much like still transparent, but like you can see, and you can see them a little clearer. They're not quite so hazy. And as you and Lucas, you definitely spot this as well. There seem to be like it's like scattered among the ruins there, where at first you only saw 3. Now you're seeing like 5 or 6, up to 10, a few more kind of off in the distance there. And you're also starting to see at this point hazy structures coming into view. Like a haze, like the walls that you can see the foundation that's over here. The walls are starting to kind of sort of take shape. Still hazy and see-through, but you're starting to see the outlines of it now. You'll start to see even like the man who's just talking to Athena. You start to see the hazy outline of the horse that he's brushing. It's becoming a little more distinct as you go, as you watch. And with that 30, I will also one last thing is here. You will spot that a figure sort of like right in the middle of where some of the buildings are, and all that kind of when you just sort of like actually steps into view and just looks at you. Is like looking in your direction. reacting, not doing anything, just standing there. But he's obviously very clearly looking at all of you, whereas everyone else is doing their own thing.
I will obviously point that out, certainly to Athena, and she can speak with him.
What am I asking him?
Oh, he's obviously looking at us, so he's obviously aware of us.
Huh? Wasn't he the guy I was just talking to, or is this a new one?
Nope, new one.
Nope. New
As-
one.
Okay.
From your point of view, you actually kind of around, and as Lucas says that he's around the corner of. Wait a minute! You can now kind of see the wall of the building that was partially collapsed. See, it's almost like there's a wall there. You can they kind of like lean out and see a person standing there among what appears to be sort of a ghostly-looking building that wasn't there a minute ago.
Hi, Mr. Orc person. Or Mrs. I'm not going to assume.
Hard. As this person steps out, and you will see, yes, this would be a female orc of some kind, but they are in armor. They are. You can see now, actual like still what appears to be leather and sort of like straps and crisscrossing like bands of leather, but then actual like leather pauldrons that are solid looking. I mean, well, not solid, but like more like almost like plate. But it's still like kind of that thick like wax hide of some kind. There's almost you can almost see texture to it. She looks over at you. You don't want to be here.
I don't?
Not in full night. You
Why not?
should. You are not of the dead. This place will claim those who stay too long. The night continues to grow. Those that are lost will wander and seek something of the solid.
Oh,
And she looks over at. She kind of like turns and looks away from you, and you'll see that there's a couple of, or kind of like at this point, sort of like looking out. One's like looking out of a window at this point, and one's looking kind of around the corner. They're sort of looking off in your direction.
oh, so now they're becoming more aware that we're here. Okay.
Not all of them,
So-
just and like you should. They've been lost for so long, and you don't want to be found by them. It is
No.
best to go.
So we will. That guy over there made it sound like we were good to stay here.
He didn't even respond when you asked him if we could stay, dude.
He just sort of turned and looked. Listen to they're working again.
Yep. So yeah, I'm totally not gonna make this my fault. I'm totally gonna blame the dude brushing the imaginary pony. So we're gonna go. Thanks for the brief respite. How did you die? Did you die the same way he did?
I was on patrol, and I saw the wave of fire coming in our direction. I died, and kind of like off to the south. My horse was lost. I walked a mile or so, my skin blackened and burned, and eventually succumbed to the pain.
Oh, that
And
sucks.
as she's talking, you will see a little more distinct now. You'll see the skin is becoming a little bit more like visible. Still kind of that hazy, kind of grayish, pale grayish coloration, but the skin is like showing like cracks. And so it's sort of like a darkened patches wherever the skin is exposed there. Um, Before you go here, and she will like toss what looks to be an axe.
Oh, yes.
It will just sort of like, and it will just sort of like it flies through the air like an axe would and lands on the ground. Doesn't make a sound when it hits the ground, but it like lands on the ground there as if you're gonna see.
I'm gonna pick it up.
Okay, you do, and it feels solid, although it looks somewhat transparent. Like it feels solid to the touch, but you can see through it.
That's so weird.
But it has a good heft to it. There, it's a battle axe. Like a one, essentially can be wielded with one handed or two, like a normal battle axe would be. But there's just something odd about it. You're not sure exactly, but it just feels solid in your hand, but looks transparent.
Well,
It's
I
weird.
appreciate this from one warrior to another.
You speak to us as if you respect our existence. No one else does.
Oh,
But you should go.
yep, they're calling me anyways. Yeah, I appreciate this. Thanks. I will. Do you have a name? As I am walking backwards, I'm asking her name.
Stirkla.
That's what I'm gonna name this. Axe, by the way, as I am backing away and slowly getting onto the bird.
Um, you see you see Athena walking back with a ghostly-looking axe in her hand. It's smaller than the one she normally uses because that's kind of a great axe kind of a situation usually. But yeah, it's this odd-looking transparent axe.
Nice.
Yeah, cool. On the bird. Let's go find someplace else to sleep.
Yeah.
You up with the bird and fly a little bit. I mean, as you get up on the bird there and move away, as you kind of watch, once you're kind of a little further away, they all just sort of like go back to whatever they were doing. Anyone that was stopping and watching, and looking at you, just sort of like it's almost that you can almost see them sort of not even shrug, but just sort of like pause and then wander off, just like turn and go off where they're going about whatever tasks they would be going about.
All right. So somebody else find a new place to sleep because apparently I always pick the haunted places, and I shall
So it's going to be
be
that way.
right back.
Okay.
Is there anywhere with cover that we can see, or is it just pretty much
Um,
open?
Essentially, you can spot some like rockier areas that have sort of like jutting rocks, and so that you don't find trees or anything else, but you can kind of like find a place where you can nestle in amongst some like jutting rocks of some kind. There's some uneven terrain you can pick out. But yeah, it's not too hard to find a place out of view of things for the most part there. Now the rock is still going to stick out because it's it's a gigantic bird the size of a building, but for the most part, yes, you can find a kind of spot out of the way a little bit.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah. Right. So anything you want to do for the rest of your evening here? just rest or.
Do we want to have a look at this axe?
I mean, I'll go to the stats later on there. It's nothing too crazy. It's effectively it is a +2 axe that can affect incorporeal, as if it were normal. It can also affect ethereal. That is things on the ethereal plane as well.
Nice.
So, anything? So, yeah. Anything else you want to do? Speak, talk over, decide for the evening.
I would like to see if we can identify this axe.
Just I will get to the stats here specifically. It is a +2 axe that can affect ethereal and incorporeal undead.
Where were you?
Nice.
Stepped
Sorry,
away.
I
Yeah.
had stepped away. I was speaking with my mother. I apologize. Thank you.
Mhm.
So it can do etherealness. Cool, cool, cool. Can kill the zombies. Not that, well, hopefully we won't come across any.
All right.
I think if we found a place to rest, then we are good to go.
All right. In that case, yeah. Go ahead and give me as you do your sit down for watches. Give me perception checks. See who spots what.
I spot the bottom part of that empty bowl to make more soup. That's what
Not
I
a problem.
spot.
It's fine. Essentially, yeah, you don't see or hear anything odd. I mean, other than what you've been seeing all along here, the weird shifting lights, the occasional like something like flying through the sky, not close to you at least. Raz, however, you feel something odd in the air, like it's you, there's a sort of a movement in the air that you haven't felt before, since you've been in this region here, as if as if it's almost like something like whooshes past you or flies by you, or like it's or it's like a brush of wind of some kind, but there's no sound accompanying it. No, uh, um, no, the air is not like the air. It is literally just it feels like the wind, but you don't hear anything or see any movement associated with it. Doesn't like brush your cloak, doesn't move anyone around here. It just sort of like passes through you, passes over you. You never felt this kind of sensation before that you're aware of. But give me guess would be intelligence check or investigation if you got that.
Intelligence check. Well, they're the same.
This is all during watches.
Wow,
So.
falls off the two.
Nice. No worries. You kind of feel a bit of a paranoia set in. It's almost like something like observed you, some sort of like sweep of some sort of perception or something. You there's actually you never seen this before here, so there the idea that sometimes like when you had a memory of when you were in tunnels underground. This is a long memory, but like when you sweep a lantern, like a bolted lantern, over an area, it has sort of that sensation of like a brief illumination, just sort of that same motion of like as you sweep something across there and you see something, but it's not like it's a. Like I said, it just sort of it just kind of whooshes past you and keeps going. I was going to try to describe a lighthouse, but you had never seen one of those.
I have.
Yes, I'm sure. But Raz would not have, and he's the one that felt this. So, but you would have seen like a lantern passing over things. Yes. It's there's no immediate sense of like alarm or anything else like that, but something observed you. Something, some awareness passed over you, I should just say.
Weirdest wind ever. Something went by. Building-ish. Just go by. Don't like this wind.
What's up with the wind?
You wake everyone up to tell them?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What happened? What happened?
The wind felt it was a heavy wind that went by. It like was a building. Although I don't know what a lighthouse looks like. It was like a lighthouse went by.
If you describe it, we could probably say, "Oh, that sounds like a lighthouse."
So,
If something knows we're here.
That's about right.
It's almost like a light looking at us.
Now that you're awake here, everyone else give me perception checks to see if you notice anything.
see if we notice what he
Anything.
noticed to make it make
Yeah.
sense. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
See if you can corroborate what he's seeing.
Perception.
Lucas, what he's describing doesn't sound like scrying exactly. Not sure exactly what that would be, but if somebody had some sort of a wide sweep of perception of some kind, you don't sense it again. You don't see it again. It just sort of like whoosh goes past, and it's not. There's nothing like currently observing that you can see. However, with it, yeah, let's see. With a 28, there's well, there's nothing. You're not sensing or seeing that sensation he describes. It could potentially be related to scrying in some way.
That's weird.
It's weird, yeah.
Yeah, Raz, you're fairly sure that it's not current. There's no sensation has passed you by and is gone. It's not, and it hasn't swept back again at all.
Yeah, just
Give me an Arcana check then, Lucas, since you got the high perception there. Okay.
Wow.
I will just point this out here because you know one of the people you're looking for is a master of psychic and telepathy and everything else. That's why they call it a telepathic bond. He could very well have other magics that allow him to like sweep telepathically. It would not have a visual or physical presence to it, but some sort of a like some sort of a wide area scrying of some kind. He was not a diviner exactly, but actually, I think actually take that back. Isn't telepathic bond a divination spell?
I don't know.
Looking up right now. Of course, I know if I spell it right. His divination spell, yes. So Rari's a diviner. There you go.
It was in 2014, but
It still is.
2024 says it's psychogenic
Now
ritual or something.
you are looking. You're looking in Roll20. It's not psychogenic is not a thing.
Okay.
Psychogenic is a full other source material book. There, it's not nothing to do with. Yeah, that's a third party source that recreated spells and some different categories. Yeah, it's currently still a divination spell.
Yeah, I will say that was probably Rary. Doing some kind of telepathic sweep.
Oh. Great.
So he knows we're here then.
I mean, they've known we're here, haven't they? We've never.
Right. But
I mean-
he knows now where we are.
Yeah.
You're not even with the natural 20. You're not sure how the spell would work because you've never actually heard of this spell exactly. It's just that you could definitely kind of put two and two together. It's some sort of a sweep type of thing like there. Think of it almost like a ping on a radar, potentially. Like a little blip appeared on a radar kind of thing. So he knows kind of a general area about maybe how far away, but not like location. So, and you do recall that a scrying sensor was at the battlefield when you took down the orc riders and saved the centaurs. Yes, a scrying sensor was there as well. So they're at least somewhat aware that you're out there. How much they know, you're not sure.
I am going to yawn. Thank Raz for waking me up. I'm going to go back to bed. But I'm going to be sleeping with one eye open now.
Gripping your pillow tight.
Yes, because, now my worst nightmare has become my actual reality.
I mean, we are approaching them. They are powerful magic users. We should know that this was going to happen. They're going to know we're coming. Him and Corwain both. I mean, Corwain's very powerful. I'm actually quite scared about all of it. Not to mention the demons as well, devils, whatever the hell they are. The hell. See what I did there? Accidentally.
So, the rest of the evening, at least the rest of your rest time here will pass uneventfully. Nothing comes flying out of the darkness. No other weird pings happen. No other strange things occur in the evening, other than just an unsettling presence of being where you are, seeing the lights off in the distance where we assume the cauldron is. But the daylight will rise. The rock is still there, sort of just like it is just sort of like it is essentially just sort of sitting still, kind of hunched down as much as a rock something that size could be, but it's just sitting there, just looking kind of in your direction, waiting to see what you're to do next. So, what would you like to do next?
How long do we think it'll take to reach there on the rock?
You'll probably be able to reach it sometime today. You may not be like be able to land like there today, but at least getting close to be able to spot it. I mean, would they be there like at the location by nightfall? He was more than Canaan.
How would I do that?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. I heard Nolan's voice, and I just wondered if he tried to speak with you, because I heard Nolan. I know that I have the blade, but maybe if you hold it, you might hear him. He might give you some advice, because he knew Rary, didn't he? Really well. Not as well as he thought he did, like, obviously, but he knew him pretty well.
So Is there a way for me to contact him without being able to contact him?
I think if you hold the blade and really try and focus on him, maybe you might be able to at least sense something. I'm just going to put the blade, because I'm sick of it vibrating anyway. I'm happy for a bit of peace from it for a second. So I'm going to place it and it's still sheathed in your hands and just see if you get anything from holding this.
Oh, okay.
What you get almost immediately is sort of this, like, you can almost feel it buzzing a bit, and it's buzzing in your head a little bit too. Like and with this, it does go quiet. You can still faintly hear it because it's still, again, it's the blade of warning. So, it's warning you of danger, which you're always in danger right now, potentially. So, and the fact that you're heading towards something that's extremely dangerous. But Athena, give me an intelligence check.
Okay. Okay.
As you kind of hold the blade, and something is there, and you realize, like, and obviously, like, when she mentions Mordenkainen, you see the image of of Mordenkainen, but from the eyes of the person that you were. Like, and let's see. You will hear brief snippets of conversation. Things about time of approach, time like or angle of approach, time to land, how much farther, and it's different voices you pick up on. You hear a shout from the captain of um of um of of being able to looking for an even spot to land, essentially. And essentially it's just sort of just sort of that chaos of approaching and landing, and it's disjointed and you can't quite hear, but the one thing that you'll pick up on is, while everyone is looking down at the land, everyone is looking down at various, like, places. Everyone's kind of looking over the side or speaking there. To your left, the one person who's not is Rary in the robes, who's looking south. Like, they're all looking at the ground there. He is looking out off the desk there, looking, like, off. Well, it's hard to say. The angles are weird here, but he is looking off in a different direction than everyone else there.
Not down at the ground. Like,
no,
he's looking out. He's looking. They're all looking down. They're looking where they'll land there. He's looking out there, and because the person you were was a very high level wizard as well, recognize that Rary is actively using magic.
He is using magic.
He is some sort of a spell. He is casting some sort of a spell, and you don't know magic that well.
No.
You will hear briefly in Elven, just a faint voice. Who are you talking to? And then the vision sort of fuzzes away, and the buzz gets a little louder in your mind for a second there, and then sort of fades away again until it's this faint buzz there.
So was that, like, in my head, or was that part of
it was his, like, it was Mel's voice.
Mel's voice, okay.
Mel's voice, who said, "Who are you talking to?" Looking at Rary.
Wait, Melf is the one that your soul came from, not Mordenkainen.
No.
Yes. Yeah.
That's who I'm.
So who is? When I come back out of it, I'm gonna say, so he was looking south and casting a spell, and then I asked, if who he was talking to?
Melf did. The person
Yeah.
that you were.
Yeah.
Looking at Rary, asking, "Who are you talking to?" Just sort of like saying it under their breath, recognizing that Rary was using some sort of magic that allowed him to communicate.
Was he talking to Corwain?
He was talking to somebody, whether it be Corwain or Trexiarch or the Baelor or somebody, but he was talking to somebody clearly, wasn't he?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he was looking south, and we are in the south, right?
I mean, it's hard. It's hard. Like what you can kind of piece together is, and the idea here is that somehow, like the ship landed somewhere, like somewhere around this area here, and like the Cauldron is in that region, so you can't tell where the ship landed in relation to the Cauldron exactly. So yeah, it's hard to say for sure. But he was actually looking in a specific direction, opposed to everyone else looking down where they're landing.
It's almost like Rary had. I feel like Rary had insider information about being over here.
Absolutely,
So
he knew what was waiting.
he did.
That's very clear in all of your visions. Is that Rary wasn't leading an attack, but he was not being attacked by the things that were attacking everybody else in your dreams.
Because he delivered them.
Yeah, he was the delivery boy. He was gonna get something out of this.
Your power.
Or he was
I'm
promised something out of this.
I'm assuming he had the coin or something, though. If he had the coin, then he would have had the Baelor in his head, wouldn't he? Or something.
Or it was a sending stone. I'm going to politely hand you back your sword and say I never want this again.
Welcome to my world. This is content for me.
Funny.
Goodness gracious.
As you think about the kind of the buzz, a little bit of a whiny fills your head again. Again, not to the point where it's deafening or anything else. It's sort of that's sort of in the back of your mind. You can just kind of hear that little whine. It is now returned.
Jim, while I had it, it's obviously the Sword of Warning. Could I tell that it was getting, like, it was more, what's the word I'm looking for? As I entered into that, it was more reactive to us being in danger, or was it just the same?
It's the same. I mean, in fact, it didn't like flare up as like danger. Like normally when you're about to be attacked, it'll actually like you're being attacked, kind of thing like that. This is just really this constant like, there's bad stuff here. There's a problem here. There's something nearby, and because it's a piece of the blade that killed Melf, it lets you connect to that vision a little stronger.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want that again. That's yours.
I mean, that was helpful there, right?
It's most definitely, but I don't want to. I don't want to do it again, unless it's absolutely necessary. Yeah, 100%. Like I see it in my dreams every night. I don't need to see it while I'm awake.
Well, most of your dreams are the actual fight. This is weird seeing. Like you're seeing things that happen before the fight.
Yes.
It's a little bit more before it's extending a little bit further back in time from the vision of like how Melf died.
I think that you should use this blade at some point after all of this. After all this is over, I think you should use it to try to use it as a focus to try to focus on those other people that you're connected to. that maybe you'll be able to find them. And I will talk to you, obviously, about the whole candle thing that I did with Wraith that let me see stuff. And, obviously it's probably going to be different for you, but there are ways of seeing if there are anybody out there that you're still connected to, and ways of seeing which ones are alive, which ones are dead, and maybe even going as far as, finding out locations and stuff. Who knows? Well, that's for the future.
All right. So back on the rock and moving.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you get out of the rock there, the rock sort of like takes off there, and you pretty much go up. And one thing is, within an hour or so of taking off and flying higher, you will then start to see where the cracked landscape is, like from a ways up. You will see off in the distance to the south what looks to be a massive canyon, like obviously cracks and fissures on the ground that all kind of come together in a central spot. And even from miles away, miles and miles away, as you start to approach, you can see the reddish sky all around you. As you're traveling, the entire sky around you is turned red. This angry sort of like dark red streaks of black, eruptions of almost like flame and spots. There's kind of little like little bits of flame shooting through the sky around you. It looks obviously very unnatural and very hellish in a lot of ways. And you'll recognize those of you arcane knowledge there. You have not passed over into hell. It's just that there is definitely an influence of otherworldly power in this area that's very strong, and getting stronger as you approach. In this massive canyon off the side here, well, I'll just pull up a picture. You can see what it looks like. You will see a few towering structures carved from the rock that you see here. So one more, like a few of them distinct from other ones here, but these are tall black structures carved from this black stone, the red sky above. And as you start to approach there, you will see that there are definitely flying creatures in the air. And you can't too far to make out. These are little specks on the horizon, essentially, but you can kind of see something like flying out, just kind of across the way here, or up over this way, or down. Just occasional little streaks of things. However, you're still high enough and far enough away to really not be spotted. So you're probably within about an hour or so of being like close enough to do anything here. So if you want to use your invisibility or anything else, this would be the time to cast it, as you start to see this ahead of you.
Just realised when I cast non-detection.
Mm-hmm.
On the rock.
I'll click my boots and
I've not realised till
Yeah.
seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So non-detection goes off. The invisibility on the rock. Okay.
Who's doing invisibility? Lucas.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can you do both of them?
Non-detection's Athena.
I'm doing non-detection.
Okay.
Yep.
Non-detection is on an item, a Manatech item.
Yep. Okay. So you are effectively, you all kind of look and you all sort of fade out of, like the rock you're on fades out of view, and you sort of fade out of view from each other there. You're still there and you can kind of sense each other and still see there, but you can see the fact that you're visible. Anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it's on the target person. Well, you're all on the rock and all being carried by the rock, so technically it will work. And so you sort of wink out of view. The non-detection goes off there, and so now, like at this point, and non-detection. Let me double check that real quick here. Is that an
It's
area
for the
effect or just
for for the duration you hide a target you can touch from divination magic. The target
Okay.
can be a willing creature that's no longer than 10 feet in dimension from me. Or that target. Sorry.
it's on an object? Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So yeah, you can't non-detection on the rock, so it can't be seen or spotted. So now it is invisible and undetectable, essentially. Very good. And so as you start to get approaching here, one thing you will spot, like you've seen them before, Amethyst and Lucas, especially. There is a distortion in the air from rifts. It takes a moment to kind of get what you're seeing here, but you'll see a large in the side of one of these craggy cliff sides here is a jagged like torn open space that is the plane element the plane rift of the plane of Earth. You'll see sort of another spot where it's very similar to what you saw on the hillsides. There is this like fiery tear open there where there's a rift of the plane of fire. And you
Where
will
is the
see
fiery one?
it's kind of off further down the canyon a bit, on the canyon wall. You will see basically on the sides of where these two towers are here, kind of this one and this one, these two tower-like structures there carved out there. There are two rifts, one by each one of them, that looks to be very much this, like, well, for lack of a better word, I'll just say it's the abyss. It is just a chaotic swirl of just of strange shifting energies. And then one last rift that you can see where it's almost like you're looking at an echo of what these carvings here, but on a flat scape. There's another tower you can barely make out through the rift there, which would correspond to likely the Hells, someplace in the Hells. So 5 rifts that you can spot. One to the elemental plane of fire, one to the elemental plane of earth, one to the 9 hells, somewhere in the hells. Yes. The ones by these towers here, you will spot almost immediately. There are things kind of flying in and out of those open rifts, crawling up onto these towers, flying in and out of these openings here. Along the ground, as you kind of see, you will spot, and there's some flat open spaces along there as well, and there's actual structures built along the ground that you can kind of start to make out as you get closer there. Some like constructed buildings, almost like barracks in there. You will see like hundreds of horses, orc riders, and essentially riding up and down these areas, kind of moving across there. You will see strange misshapen creatures like pulling and pushing like rocks and rubble, clearing areas and making more space, stacking them up in various places and making sort of structures of various kinds. Those things look something like these creatures here. Sort of this dog, pig, upright ape things here. and these misshapen, lumpy-looking things. Neither of them are very large. They're both they're a little bit smaller than human size. They're about Raz's size, actually, like in
Just
terms
gonna
of
say that.
yeah, yeah. In terms of height, but again, just stature is very different. You will spot imps flying around, and where these things are dragging rocks to, you will see these misshapen humanoid looking things kind of moving stuff and shifting things and dragging stuff. They're a little bit more like uh like where these are just dragging rocks, these are stacking them in places and kind of sorting and separating them. You'll spot things you've seen before, the howlers kind of loping around on the ground, being menacing and um, snapping at anything that comes too close to them.
Have we not seen any of the other creatures before?
You don't give me I guess Arcana check there for those of you who have knowledge of other planes.
That would not be me.
No. It's possible you could seen them, but I mean you wouldn't know the names of them. You don't have an art thing there. Amethyst, you will recognize a mains demon. It's these guys here. They're just lowly, like manual labor for the abyss. These are Lucas, you might know these as well. These are Dretch. Again, they're just the absolute like lowest demons. They're just food and or manual labor. This thing here is a Rudderkin, Lucas. You've seen the insights here. They just again one step above them, the lowliest of demon types. Just twisted versions of humanity. So and again they get while the orcs are riding around like on patrols, riding their horses around, moving out of the barrier, practicing weapons, shooting at targets, that kind of thing like that. These are just doing manual labor, and there's hundreds of them, just like all scattered around the floor of the canyon. Some like ripping rocks off the wall and dragging them off to someplace else there. Yeah. So flying in the air, you will spot a couple familiar things, specifically your Chasmi demons and the horned devils. Well, you notice they're not flying anywhere near each other. The horned devils are all anyone you see there. They're not flying in and out of these areas here. They're all flying out of. They're all hovering around where the rift to the hells are, because they're devils, not demons. And lumbering around on the ground nearby, kind of telling the laborers where to go and what to do, are the Orthon, who you have seen a number of times, kind of just barking orders and shoving things out of the way and showing people like just like pointing out where they're going in there. It's really, they're kind of acting as like foremen almost. So, kind of what you see upon approach. Again, flying up, kind of at this point you can fly up over top, keeping a high elevation out of the way. Nothing is flying up close to you, and nothing seems to be flying out toward you or noticing you because of your precautions with your non-detection and invisibility. And you're able to get a decent view from overhead. The plane of Earth and plane of Fire don't seem to be. You don't see anything like coming and going from that. There obviously there's not a small like river of kind of reddish. It looks to be almost like lava, but it's a little bit more like just superheated reddish liquid is pouring down out of the plane of fire, kind of down the center there, kind of giving off this reddish glow at the base of the canyon. and kind of being a source of the heat that you're feeling. One of the sources of heat. But that's what you see as you first approach. You do not spot any, at least upon initial approach, you don't spot any sort of like figures that you would recognize in terms of, or spot more powerful demons. You don't see obviously Rary or Corwain just standing out somewhere in the middle of nowhere, but there's always a chance they're somewhere in this mess. All told, this is probably a good a couple of miles across, and a couple of about 3 or 4 miles long. This canyon is.
Okay. That's a lot more than what we expected. Yes? I feel like it is.
I mean, getting an accurate count of anything, like I said, it's in the of the laborers. There's hundreds. There's probably there's flying things. There's just a bunch of them flying around. You can't get because they're not just sitting still for you to count them. So you get impression there's quite a few Casmi and horned devils flying in the sky. There are a cloud of imps buzzing around everywhere, just being a nuisance. But that's what you see upon approach. So I will point out. I'm going to point out approximately where the rifts are, and I'll try to give you a little bit of colors. We can do this right. We'll put Earth Rift. Whoops, that's wrong. 1 sec. Okay. Let me do this right here.
Do we want to close rifts, like start trying to close them before we do anything else, so that nothing else can come back through?
I mean, it would be a good idea to close the rifts, but that would tie the two of you up, leaving just the three of us to try and protect you and kill these guys.
Well, we don't have to like jump. I mean, we're not going to go and jump into a fight with thousands of creatures, are we?
No.
We want to try to avoid them as much as possible.
There.
Until we find the ones that we need to take down.
Earth, fire, hell's abyss.
Do we not know what? Do we know what kind of creatures come from the abyss?
Demons.
Demons.
Yep. Hells or devils.
Right.
You're not currently seeing like a lot of elemental things there. While there are rifts to the earth and fire planes, you're not seeing a ton of elementals wandering around as well. Yeah, you were just basically seeing, like I said, orcs, devils, and demons. Okay.
I think it's a good plan.
Because otherwise stuff can just keep coming, can't it?
Yeah, and I'm hoping, because we haven't seen any evidence to the contrary, but I'm hoping that when we do that, it weakens them a little bit.
Yeah. And it will also stop the magic from being so unreliable. I can't think of the word.
Unpredictable.
There you go.
Yep.
There we go.
So let's maybe do one at a time instead of spreading us out. Or do you think that we should do that? The bottom. How far away is this one?
I mean, from where the earth is to the fire is a couple of miles.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's go one at a time.
Yeah. These are about maybe 400, 500 feet up from the base
Right.
of the base of the canyon. These here are probably about a mile apart.
Do we know if Lucas and I are on the rock and we cast magic, will that cause the rock to become visible?
That's not how it works. The rock has to be the one to attack
The
or do
rock
anything
has to
else.
be the one.
So,
Okay. So maybe Lucas and I can just stay on the rock and just invisibly try to close these rifts. At least at first, the ones that are up to the abyss, potentially the hell one after that, because I feel like that's more important than the elemental ones. The elemental ones obviously will need to be dealt with, but I think the devils and demons first, because they are the ones who are in, I want to say the word cahoots, although that might not be the right word, but they seem to be in league with Corwain and Drary and whoever else is with them. So I feel like that will potentially weaken the devils and demons that are here, including Trexiarch and the Baelor.
I mean, it's a good plan. I'm with you on that one. What I worry though is like, if we go and try to get these first, like come in from the backside and try and hit those first, we're going to cause more trouble than we're ready for.
I would like to point out, just to remember, is that you have to be within 60 feet of the rift to close it.
Yeah.
Because it's spell magic at 60. Is it 60 feet or 30 feet? What's the range?
Mm.
120 feet.
120 feet. Okay, so 120 feet. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember a long time ago, we scried on Corwain, and we got a brief glimpse that sounds like this area. Can we work out where he was?
Let's see. Do you remember the description? The general description there. Where did I say? What was the angle of looking at him? I think you were looking at the region. Was he on a platform looking down?
I think he was, yeah.
Okay, give me a intelligence check just to piece it together. What you're seeing here, based on what you remember of that vision.
Wasn't there a
That's
tower?
crying.
Some sort of tower in the background?
Okay, you're fairly certain, based on angles and everything else there, he was probably in this tower here, and you were seeing this tower in the background. It's a bit distance from where he was in there, because again, Corwain, you're fairly certain Corwain has the Baelor's coin. That's been sort of been determined over time here. Baelor is a demon, so the Abyss would be likely the place where the Baelor is from. So piecing that together there. Trexiarch, Pit Fiend, if he's associated with Rary, Pit Fiend's a devil, which again the Hells. So putting that together there for you to kind of with that, especially with that intelligence check, they're figuring out like, yeah, this is definitely kind of piecing together that image you saw there. Likely he's probably in this tower. You were seeing that tower in the background, and then the space down below, the chaotic energies down below you, essentially, almost like you're looking down into this. And as you're kind of like passing over top here, to your magical senses, this is just a swirl of chaos down there, just absolute mess of just twisting, messed up energies. Mana is just absolutely weird in this spot. It's a little bit difficult to kind of piece together all of it down there, what you're seeing, but definitely dropping down in, you're not sure what kind of effect that would have in magics.
That's kind of scary.
Yeah, especially things like conjuration or
Mm-hmm,
and you're
Yeah.
pulling like the you realize the conjuration is probably a very dangerous form of magic to use in this space, which
As
includes
we're riding on a rock.
well, again,
Not
yeah,
as being
yeah.
conjured.
Like that's from an item, and you're also not down in it with the rock. You're still like you're a ways up.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
The rock hasn't actually been affected, has it? When it's been summoned, it's
No.
not been affected in the way that
No.
Lucas's Pegasus and Mice Lord have been.
Yeah. So the rock essentially it is a specific creature bound to a specific item. It's not like, oh, summon up whatever.
Yeah. But then so is the Baylor and Trexiarch.
They are specific entities bound to a specific item. Yeah.
Onto a specific item.
Yep.
So
God.
They're also completely in sync with this energy because it's where they are.
Yeah.
I suggest we do what you said. Go in, get you guys as close as you need to be, and start dispelling some of these gates that we can get.
That or just go find Corwain, if that's what Lucas wants to do.
Oh, I thought you wanted Trexio.
Corwain has the Baylor. Rary has Trexiarch.
Well, we'll let you guys think about that for a moment here. We're going to jump to break because it is that time. So when we get back here, we'll kind of figure out a plan of big air quotes attack, and go from there. So we'll be back soon.
Mm-hmm.
And we are back. So here you are at the Cauldron. The rifts spewing out their chaotic energies all around the place. The hundreds of thousands of things here between demons and devils and orcs and other creatures on the canyon floor. And you guys determine what you guys want to do now that you've arrived. You do know likeliest place for a Balor to be would be near the Abyss Rifts. Likeliest place for the Pit Fiend to be would be near the Hell Rift. And you're not sure exactly what the elemental rifts are going to be here for, but they are here. Raz, something that occurs to you partially. This canyon, this space here, is not natural. This wouldn't have been here normally. You know terrain around this area, around this part of the world. You grew up here. You spent time here. You traveled a lot here. This canyon should not be here. Very likely, those elemental rifts are what caused this canyon to form. Literally, the fire, like melting away the rock, the earth, causing breaks and cracks because tectonic forces from the elemental plane of earth breaking apart the rock and pushing things out of the way. These are likely what caused this formation to form.
Makes a lot of sense.
So
It does.
So yeah, it's also, the fact that they're still here indicates they've probably been here a long time.
So, question.
Mhm.
Do you remember when we were fighting the the fire elemental in the mountains there?
Mhm.
And when we closed that gate, it didn't go back to normal, but it seemed to have healed.
Partially. The damage to the landscape is there. It's
Right.
just the active presence of elemental energy dissipates.
Yeah, all
Okay.
of the fire rifts and everything, they went out. That wasn't there. The damage that had been done was still there, but everything else was gone, wasn't it? And more importantly, when we closed that, and the Jinn came and thanked us, the Jinny dude, I think that the worst thing that could come through the fire rift, would be the dragon. But the dragon is not going to do that, I'm pretty sure, because his daddy is now, I'm not going to say he's a friend of ours, but he thanked us for our work closing the portal, the rift. And I think that if a similar thing happened there, that the same thing would happen, that he'd say, come on, let's get out of here so they can close the damn thing.
You do also know with the elemental planes, like it corresponds roughly to a real place here. So that rift where the dragon was hundreds of miles away. So the chances of that dragon coming out of this rift would be almost impossible.
Yeah.
Unless it happened to fly all that way in the elemental plane of fire and decided to pop out this side. But
yeah,
because and the actual distances on the elemental planes are distorted, but they're roughly in correlation to where they are in the material plane.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be the same thing. Yeah.
But when we were talking to him, did he mention more openings into his area? Or
He
was
did
it
say there
just
was
the ones?
some.
Did he? Okay.
I asked if there were any more, and he said there were, but nowhere that was close enough for him to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I told him that we were intending on closing all the ones that we could find.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a big thank you for that, didn't we? So
Yeah. All right. Okay. So which one do we want to close first? Now it's up to you and Lucas, honestly, because the two of you are the ones casting the spells.
Well, the invisibility only lasts an hour. So
Right.
How long have we had already, Jim?
Just getting here and flying around, scanning the place there has probably been about half an hour. You're flying up high, zooming around there. Less than half an hour left.
So we haven't really got much time.
invisibility can be cast again, can't it?
I've only got it once. I've got it on level. Liar.
Yeah, it's not on your spell list, is it?
No, it's on the spell list.
Yeah. on the staff, is it?
Invisibility on the staff with a mage eye.
Oh, so yeah, you have plenty of casts. Yeah,
2 charges, so I can do it 25 times.
yeah. you got plenty there to keep it going. So, yeah.
So, why don't we go find someplace safe, recast it, and then hit that further one, the white one. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
That one is the hell one?
Yeah.
Hmm?
And these two are
Those-
the red ones are the abyss.
Yeah. You want to
Can't
go
have-
straight to the hell one?
Can't cast them out of the hell. No devils or demons.
Devils.
Devils.
I had it right
Demons
the
are
first
red
time.
ones.
Devils are the more nuisance of the two, right?
I mean, I don't think any of them are pleasant.
Well, the imps, they're devils, right?
Their imps are, I believe, are devils. Yeah. Let me double check
Is there-
that.
Aren't they fiends?
Well, devils and demons are both fiends.
Devils and demons are all fiends.
Yeah, imps
Okay, so
are
that's-
devils. Yeah, imps are devils.
Yeah. So why don't
Yeah.
we close?
But the imps
Close
are everywhere.
that.
I mean, they're all over the place.
Right.
Yeah.
But as we kill them, they can't come back through. So the things that are the most nuisance are like gnats that suck away our life slowly but surely, chip away at it. I think if we hit the abyssal towers first, we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot.
Like those Chasma demons. Why do
Yeah.
you think that? Why do you think that?
Because if we go to there first, Rary and Corwain definitely know where we are and what we're doing. If we go to this one over here, it's a nuisance portal. Okay, maybe. If we hit the elemental ones, okay, now they're definitely making it so that our devils and demons are less comfortable. Again, just nuisance ones. That's just my opinion. We close all the nuisance portals first, and then deal with the abyss ones.
Oh,
The-
Trexiarch himself is a devil.
I understand. What were you saying, Lucas?
And the Belor is a demon. So either way, we're pissing one of them off.
Yeah.
Which one
If
would
not
you
both.
rather? Which one would you rather not have come through? Because there's two of those abyssal portals, not just one.
Yeah.
You'd have to close them simultaneously to not get Trexior out here.
I mean, he's probably already here. It's not about stopping Trexiarch coming out. It's about stopping.
Tracer's bound to a coin, so he's
Yeah.
here.
He's here. He's
Yeah, closing the portal won't banish him.
no.
He's here.
We will have to find him, take him down, and actually cast banishment on him to get him out of here.
So then, which one do you want to close first? Again, it's up to you and Lucas because you're the ones casting the spell.
I've got Nolan's voice in the back of my head saying, break the sword, break Trexiarch.
Yeah, I mean, I will point out here. Essentially, that's his tactics for taking down Trexiarch,
Yeah.
not
but
for
that's
this
not-
entire situation. Yeah,
That's not what this is. We're not going, let's go to the abyss, we can take down. It's not about the Baelor or Trexiarch at this point. It's stopping the rifts, it's stopping the magic from being unpredictable, it's making everything a lot stranger than it would be when they're closed. And we know that we need to close rifts because that's going to be helpful to us when
I'm
we
not
get. This is
disagreeing.
not about taking down Trexiarch or the Baelor at this point. This is, or Corwain or Rary or anybody. This is just closing rifts and what order to close them in before we get to the fighting.
Right. So again, which ones are we closing? Because I don't really care what order we close them in. It's you and Lucas doing the spell casting. So which ones are we closing first?
I'm gonna let Lucas decide then, because I wanted to go for the abyssal ones, but if you don't want to do that, then whatever Lucas thinks.
Well, the fire ones on the canyon floor, that's where most people are. Most
Yeah, that's
creatures.
why I wanted to stay away from those ones, because they are the least important ones as far as I'm concerned, and the more trafficked ones. So the stuff flying all around there, we're gonna have something spotting us if we go down there and do that at this point.
No, the most traffic ones are the abyssal ones. Things flying in and out of them all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there are flying things around the hell one too. The horned devils, especially, are flying around that one because they're green creatures there. Around here, you got Casmian imps flying around.
So you want to go and do the elemental ones first?
Athena's gonna put her foot down. Let's go close the abyssal ones. Raz, what do you say?
I want to know how you were standing on no feet.
I have 2 feet. Thank you.
Yes, but you put one foot down and the other foot must be still up.
Yeah, it was. I was balancing on 1 foot like I was a monk.
You put your foot down with a firm hand.
Alphabetical.
I did.
Or counterclockwise.
What?
Which one looks
Alphabetical
like
it
there
is.
are less? Which one looks like there are fewer creatures around it?
I mean, they're just flying around. I mean, it's not like there's this traffic stream going in and out. Basically, the way they're arranged, this one is the one out here on the edge here is a little more isolated than the other ones. Flying to this one, you're flying right down into the middle, right next to this one.
Mhm.
Like, so they're kind of, it's almost like these towers are built almost around, like carved in around the rift. But so this one out here is a little more isolated from the rest because it's kind of out on the edge. So
Let's go get the abyssal ones then. Yeah?
Okay.
Alright. I'm gonna steer the rock toward this one first.
If we're
All
going in, I'm going to cast on myself.
I'm gonna... Mr. Rock, we're gonna fly down this way. Circle around the backside and come in. Now, we're gonna be 110 feet from the tower, yes? Because your spell's 120?
We have to stay 120 feet. Can the rock hover?
not really, and it'd be, the thing is, it's invisible, but the whoosh whoosh of its wings are going to be noticeable.
Ooh, okay.
And it's also not incorporeal, so it's going to fly into Casmir imps that are flying around the area as well. So you really wouldn't be able to just fly the rock in and not have it run into something, or be heard, because it's not quiet.
But if the rock stays close by, we can both fly, can't we?
Yeah.
Me on my carpet, you on your... Although saying that, then we will have to cast invisibility on ourselves.
Yeah.
And just to point it out here, just to clarify, you're going to need to cast greater invisibility on yourself.
Yeah.
Because if you cast, when you cast a spell of magic, it would make you visible. Because if you're actively casting a spell, will break your invisibility unless you're greater invisible.
Can we go do that? Yeah. Everybody.
Also, I will point out that when you cast greater invisibility, if you cast greater invisibility yourself, the rock will become visible because you're maintaining concentration on the visibility spell.
God damn
Why don't we have... We can land it on the top. Why don't we have Amethyst go out there invisible with her thing and do her thing first?
Need to be done together.
Does it need to be done together?
Yeah, you're busy. Yeah.
Invisibility is a single target spell, isn't it? I could twin cast it.
True. But casting the spell magic will break it.
The rock won't become visible because my greater invisibility is on a mana tech item.
Oh, it is. You're right. That's right. Never mind. You can maintain it there. Cool. Exactly.
I won't break greater invisibility if I cast Dispel Magic, because Dispel isn't a concentration.
Well, is it? I didn't think it was.
No.
Yeah, no. I meant, but casting a spell would break normal invisibility. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You cast it, yeah, but it would not break greater invisibility. Yes. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Okay. So yes, if your greater invisibility from your item won't break concentration on the rock, it stays invisible. I would like to point out here also that in terms of casting Dispel Magic, I believe Raz, do you have it prepared? Because I know it's the cleric spell as well.
The spell magic, I don't think I keep that one.
Not a big deal if you don't, but I'm just saying.
Just
For
going
the-
to say, this is a lot of resources being used on one of potentially at least 5 rifts.
You don't have to do it all at once. You can go away and come back.
Yeah. But the more we go away, come back, the more chance we've got of something seeing us and following us.
Can we cast the telepathic link from the bracer, please?
Yep.
Okay.
We are now mind linked, except for Lucas, because
No, I'm still
He
not.
hasn't
I'm
got
on.
that. He hasn't got that spell on.
Oh, okay, cool. Cool.
I got rid of it.
Actually, yes, I do have dispelled magic. I must have did it the other time.
You got rid of Mind Bank in the end?
Yeah, swapped it out.
I know that you were having some issues with it.
All right, so
Mhm.
we're gonna go drop you two off, and then I'm gonna fly away on the rock. Or is Raz staying with him? Razmir, are you staying with him, or are you staying on the rock?
I thought I was staying on the rock, but
Cool.
Yeah, stay on the
Okay.
rock.
Okay. So we've got the rock up kind of over here, kind of tucked back up off the hillside, kind of away from where the clouds of things are. And with this and Lucas, you guys want to basically flying. So how far away you're parking the rock, and how far are you going to fly?
They're staying flying, they're not parking, we're just going to fly off it.
If they fly, they will be hurt. A rock flapping its wings will be hurt.
Yeah,
Holy
we're
shit.
gonna go over to the
Like,
hillside.
Invisibility does
down
not make
and
it
land.
inaudible, and those wings on something that big are going to be hurt. It can kind of swoop in and land, potentially.
right on the L for landing.
Kind of back the other way. Okay.
But that was Alpha Lucas.
Yeah. We're gonna.
Okay.
That's where the rock will be,
Get
and
the
you
hell
guys,
out of here.
you can
Unless
come
the
down
rock
here.
sees 50 enemies on that landing pad.
I mean, they're around, so the rock will kind of bank in and just like really is not flapping. It's kind of just storing in essentially. Even then, there's a whoosh of air because you're talking about a gigantic thing. But let's just see if anything happens to a couple perception checks.
And the rock rolls a what?
Rock has advantage on perception checks, so
I mean, stealth checks.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, nothing like immediately like there's no alert goes up there. The rock be able to kind of swoop in, land. There's a bit of a crunch and some boulders and some rocks kind of shift and move, but nothing seems to take note of it.
Cool.
Uh,
Cool.
At the moment at least. And with this Lucas, you're able to do your invisibility. You got a minute.
Just before I cast that, I will also cast See Invisibility.
Excellent. Okay.
I will bonus action use my see invisibility also.
Excellent. Okay. So now you can kind of see there are some invisible imps kind of flying around because they kind of wink in and out of visibility because they like to do that. But they're not like there's not that many of them around this area. I mean, imps are devils, and this is more of a demon area, and so Casmi and imps don't get along. So you'll see at least kind of looking out there visibly, you'll see at one point that an imp gets too close to a Casmi, gets speared, and just like by the process there, and the imp screams, and as you land and get closer, the sound of this place, just this echoing of shouting voices and moans and screams, and it's just a cacophony of absolute just sonic chaos. It's echoing off all the walls. Everything here is like just screeching and yelling, and it's just disconcerting, at least to say the least. The magics are just chaotic and weird, but you're able to fly in and get close to the rift. And looking into the rift, I need you to both give me wisdom saving throws. Okay, it's good enough. Lucas, you sort of like kind of look away from it a little bit there as you look in there because the abyss is a plains of chaos. And with this, you sort of like your eyes are drawn to it for a moment there, but there's sort of a bit of a weirdly enough, the buzz from the dagger sort of snaps you out of it. You sort of like blink at it and like look at it, almost hypnotized for a moment, but the dagger sort of snaps you out of it. As you kind of blink and look away from it there. It's just a swirling, chaotic mess of energy within that portal. You'll see like faces sort of like appear and like almost like screaming and then and pulling away. The landscape inside is this twisted, jagged, like peaks and spires of rock and just swirling clouds and space in there. It is a place of a complete chaos inside there. Lucas, I'd say you looked into the plains a little bit more here. You're probably looking into pandemonium. It's just the way the spires of rock, everything else in here. This one here, or something similar to it. Some distorted place within the abyss. That's just a complete land of chaos. But you're able to get into position there. You kind of focus and cast your dispel magics. And give me your arcane checks.
Good luck, you guys.
Do you think casting Dispel to higher level will have more effect?
Probably not, because you know the rift magic is basically 9th level. I mean, unless you want to cast a 9th level spell. Yeah, it's essentially actually sorry, it's spell casting check. It's your that's Arcana check. It's your spell casting check.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Thank goodness for that.
Sorry, it's your charisma check essentially. Yes.
Wow.
Okay, not great.
I'm gonna use my inspiration. Am I? Am I?
Lucas hasn't rolled
Not,
his yet.
actually. No, I'm gonna leave it for now. I'm gonna let Lucas roll his. Wow.
Okay.
Great job.
I'm going to use Lucky.
Go for it. Go for it. Roll with everyone there. Okay, much better. I will say, in that first round of checks there, Amethyst, you're trying to grasp the edge of this. Use your magical senses and use this spell magic there, trying to latch onto the edge of the rift there, and it's almost like ripping out of your hand. It's almost like trying to grab a sheet flapping in the wind. Lucas, you managed to clamp onto your end over there, and are holding it in place. Getting ready to kind of like pull and sort of like collapse the rift there. Amethyst, it's just you need it's not like you lose the grasp of it there. You'll need to roll try casting again.
Does there seem to be anything anchoring this one like there was with the others?
Not really. It's not being held in place by anything. Those ones like the rifts are being anchored. These are just like open tears in kind of the side of the rock that people are and up close to it here. You're looking at this is much bigger than the one in the one to Shadowfell that you closed there. That was about 30 feet across. This is more like 100 feet across. And it's just a jagged space there. So Lucas, you got your first casting didn't work, but you can still keep at it. So you have to cast it again, essentially. And let me just see if anybody
How's that
knew.
one?
Excellent.
Oh, we got a dragon again.
Okay. You latch on this time. This time you're kind of watching and you kind of hold on to the dagger for a moment there, look and just open your eyes and you've got the edge of the rift. At this point, you were able to start. You guys are both sort of this kind of unravel and pull and distort the magics there. As you do, it's almost like you're peeling away like a sticker from a wall, essentially. Kind of that it's kind of tearing and ripping as you pull on it. As it does, it starts to kind of see the rift energy starting to kind of dissipate and fragment across the space that you're looking at there. At one point, you will see just this a hand start to reach out, and it's impossibly large. And you're not sure if it's just a perspective kind of thing there, but it's sort of like wavering and warping in the space as you pull on it there. But you're able to kind of pull, and it separates with almost like a pop, and the energy just floods over you. And it will do some damage to you as this energy backlashes across you. 11 damage. It's not a typed damage. It's literally like arcane, pure chaos damage.
To me?
Yeah, to both of you. Obviously, your temporary hit points take care of that, but it definitely sort of like backlashes and hits you with that moment there. But you're able to deal with that. Yes, you. No, you won't need con saves because you're not maintaining a spell's required concentration. Oh no, greater visibility does.
I am.
So,
Yeah.
yes. So, roll that con save for greater visibility. No problem. Yeah, you just need to roll with that. You're good. Good. So, yes. The rift dissipates. A whole lot of things suddenly start looking around wildly. You see the Chasmi, the imps that are flying around. Some things on the ground sort of like stop and sort of like they're looking around like they're like something changed. But nothing is able to see you specifically. Let me just verify one thing real quick. Double check something on this one here. They do not. Good. Okay. Things are looking around, but they can't see you currently. However, after that does there, what do you want to do? You want to pull back? Do you want to try to go somewhere else? Do you want to try to?
Do you want to go for the other one, or do you want to go back to the rock?
How long has this taken?
Only one and 2 rounds to pull it apart because Amethyst has to cast it twice.
18 seconds.
Yes. So
We've only got a minute's worth of greater invisibility.
right.
How long will it take to get to the next rift? You said it was about a mile away, didn't you?
No, these two are only a few hundred yards away.
Oh,
these
okay.
two here are a mile away. Yeah. This is these towers are roughly about 300 feet across. So this would be about 100 to 200 yards away. Someone there. So going for that one. Okay.
Yeah, do you want to go for that one? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, one sec. We'll check something real quick here. Okay. As you start to fly across, as you kind of like, are you heading around the front of this to the next one? We're going to go up and around, or what do you want to do? How do you want to reach this one here? Because you're kind of flying across this front where you see these openings are here.
Yeah. Have we got time to go up and over? We've only got a minute's worth of greater invisibility.
Really, really close.
I can potentially dimension door us both over there, but I can only use that once a day. Want me to do it that way?
That would be
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Amethyst, I'll need you to give me a caster check on that one, a charisma check. Dimension door is a conjuration spell.
It's an item.
True. Okay, that will help. Roll with advantage.
Oh no.
Good, no problem. Effectively, you pull out the cloak, and kind of grab Lucas there and get ready to do that. The cloak sort of like fizzles for a moment, and you sort of focus on it, and just like, okay, come on, okay, that's back, and kind of focus it there, and you blink out and appear over on this side here. When you do so, a couple things you will take note of. This portal is to you will see a similar tower to what you're looking at here, a similar landscape to what you're looking at here within this space. And it is lit with all sorts of like greenish and orangish like lights everywhere, glowing all this tower within the portal itself there as you look at it. Lucas, this is a different plane, the abyss there. It's actually Gehenna. Which is a much more populated and or organized as the abyss goes here.
How do you spell that? Sorry.
Gehenna, Gehenna.
I knew there was an H in there somewhere.
Gehenna. And is a much more like there's obviously thing here. However. Let me just see something real quick. Okay. As you appear there, you will hear... Lucas, you speak Abyssal, don't you?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Okay. You will hear in Abyssal a number of just a pair of voices, loud, booming voices. What's that? What's going on? In Abyssal, and you kind of look over your shoulder, still invisible, and you will see two like poking out from the windows or these open spaces here, looking out and around. You will spot two of these. These are Glabrizu,
They
which
look
are
like dinner.
They are large size, giant, like almost like draconic looking heads. They're almost draconic ape things, claws and spikes everywhere on these things as they poke out. They're looking around. Well, what is going on? And they're sort of looking, and one of them turns and. Based on where you are here and where it is there, it sees you. There, and just sort of like yelling and screaming in your direction there. Nothing else can see them currently, but they seem to be able to see you at least. Are pointing and yelling at you. Well, the one on the right is. The one on the left moves over and looks over too as well. I see them. But yeah, they don't have a way to get. Well, one moment then. So you have a moment as you see that they've spotted you. They're they're about 100 feet away from you, roughly, from where that window is, to where you are over here. So we have a round or two potentially to be able to try to pull this portal apart.
Yep. Just
Let's go.
Okay. Are you both flying currently?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Jim, how far away from them are we? And could we have heard that?
Give me perception checks to see if again they're on the other side of this building, down about 300, 400 feet.
I mean, I might have heard it, but I wouldn't have known what he said.
True. Raz, you
Definitely
speak Abyssal,
heard.
don't you?
He does.
I do.
Okay. You will hear that. You barely hear it. I'm just going to put it there again. There's a lot of noise in this area. It's not close by. There's a building between. There's rock and everything else between you and them. So you definitely hear voices calling out.
So What I'm going to tell Raz is, we told them to tell us if they needed us. If they need us, they'll call. Let's just sit and wait. We may make it worse if we do anything. Yeah?
We're just going to close
Yes.
it. We're going to
Okay.
just try to close the thing.
Go ahead and give me your dispel checks with your charisma checks there. This it's not working. 17 isn't high enough to close your end there. Lucas, you've got it, but
Now I'm going to use my inspiration and do it
go
again.
for it. Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So, again, it's just grabbing on, pulling everything else up there. Lucas, you've got your end in your like you unraveling and kind of pulling in there. You will glance over your shoulder and see both of them are essentially, they're casting fly on themselves. And I will make 2 of them. They will not be able to reach you, but they will be flying out for you. And we'll just kind of start to we'll just do it this way here. There are 2 of them who are right about, I'll make them a little smaller so we can actually go 1 and 2. And Amethyst and Lucas are roughly here and here. So get a little smaller too. Okay. Just kind of relative locations here. They cast fly and they sort of leap out into the air, flying over there. They will not reach you this round, but they will reach you.
I'll do what I should have done before and cast Bardic Inspiration on.
Excellent.
Amethyst.
Okay. So go ahead and make another casting. Don't forget Bardic Inspiration. I know you're. And use that Bardic Inspiration. Go for it.
D12.
D12, yeah.
17's not going to be enough.
Can't roll for crap today. What's going on?
Yep, you're rolling 7s
Rolling
and 8s.
DM.
Unfortunately.
We're on the DM numbers.
Okay. They rush into you. They rush down toward you guys here. And they are going to make your life difficult here. Or you can kind of let it go and try to come back.
I can give Bardic Inspiration to Amethyst again.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah,
You
Do
want to
it.
try?
Okay. Well, they fly toward you. Essentially, they're one each is flying toward you. You'll get one more round of actions. It will full round of stuff here. So Lucas, you do bonus action inspiration there. You can also cast or do something else if you want there. Essentially, you've got this held. I'm not gonna prevent you from doing anything in defense.
Are they coming? There's obviously one coming from one of us and one from the other, or are they just?
They seem to be,
coming
yeah.
all
They're kind of flying toward you guys, yeah.
How close are they together?
Well, you're about 30 feet apart. They're about 30 feet apart, roughly.
Do I think get them both in a hypnotic pattern? 30 foot.
Definitely try. All right, what's that? It is a concentration spell, so you're going to lose either flight or you're currently flying and greater visibility from your so.
Oh no, I can fly naturally. It's the invisibility on the rock that I've got going, as well as my greater invisibility.
Right. Okay. So the rocks become visible all of a sudden. Okay.
Or me.
Or you.
Yeah, I'll let myself become invisible. They can see me anyway.
Okay. So,
Yeah, but nothing
all right.
else can.
I mean, we'll see how this works out here. All right, so you go ahead and do that. I'll make their saves. They do have advantage because they are magic resistant, as most demons are. They get to do this. I'll just let me see here. I will roll this twice, and I'll make sure you see them this time. So I'll roll this twice. They do have a +7. So 17, 25. So one passes. The other one, 16 and 22. So they both save. The +7. So they blink for a moment there and then save. And with this, while this is going on, you can go ahead and make one more check if you want to try to pull this apart, or you can do something else. 17 plus Bardic Inspiration. D12. That'll be plenty. Okay, so you kind of like see this thing hurtling toward you. You're like, you cast again there and pull, and you push it. It's like pulling like off a clothesline, just pop, 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 just like tears out of the side there as you pull it free from the side of the rocks. It just rips out there as this thing swoops down at you. It will get a round of attacks just because it's going to wipe at you with its pincers and its fists. As you can see, it has these large pincers and then fists. So pincer first attack. I don't have it. I have to do it over here. D20 plus 9. 19 misses you, I believe. You have a 20 AC. Yeah, okay, excellent. Second pincer, 27. That will hit for 2d10 plus 5. So that's 1, 13, 18 damage. And it's going to punch you twice. So fist attack. 1. That'll be a 26 and a 21. So this will be 2d4 plus 2 on this. So 9 and 8 bludgeoning. As these things all come into you. I will need you to make 3 concentration checks though on your invisibility, your greater invisibility. It's DC of 10 for each one. You're fine. Oh, okay.
I got a +12.
Yeah.
So
excellent. Okay.
I
So yeah.
advantage.
So you guys will hear some things happening there. You see from the angle those of you up back there. You will see the angle there from that angle there as the rift sort of like pulls apart. You guys can try to get you guys at least can try to get away at this point here. But one thing you'll notice is that from this tower here, you will see stepping to the edge of this little platform, and you realize the platform you're looking at now from your vantage point now looks very similar to the scrying vantage point you saw as you are now here. And from this platform just over here, you will see this step out.
You love it when a plan comes together, DM.
As this steps out on the platform and looks out.
Oh shit.
And you see and you hear this voice. To me.
Oh,
As
no.
all eyes snap up in your direction. Your turn. What would you like to do?
Leave.
Doesn't the other Glabrezu attack me?
That's right. It can see you. That's right. It does get a chance, so it will. We'll go ahead.
Disadvantage because of foresight. But...
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Actually, let me do this from here. It makes a little more sense to do it this way. Okay. I'll just roll the attack rolls here so we can see them. So first, 2 pincer attacks. 1, 2 misses. Second pincer attack. 24, the lower one there. So that will hit for 2d10 plus 5. So 13 damage. And then 2 fist attacks with disadvantage. 1, nope. Second attack will miss. Okay, so the fist attacks. So 1 pincer attack hits you, just snaps at you. I can work with the other piece of that right now. As it does, I'll need to make 1 concentration check on the invisibility spell you're maintaining.
Are the clappers still flying?
Yes. They haven't been hit by anything, so they didn't lose their concentration.
Mm.
They just
Till I
can't-
dispel the fly on them, and then they fall.
Sure. Sure. Or you can just get away.
Yeah,
Or
well,
you get
that's
away.
going to help. Guys, we need a pickup.
On it.
I'm
Don't
going to head behind the tower.
don't forget, you can just disengage and not take attack of opportunity, and then
Yeah.
move.
Mhm.
So, as an action, you can disengage just to get away from these guys so they can't swipe at you.
Yeah.
That's what you normally have to do, but it is an option. Okay. So now it's your go. So what would you like to do?
I'll say stay there, Amethyst. I will move to Amethyst, so we will get attack opportunity.
Okay.
I'm going to move and cast.
He'll take 1 swipe at you with a pincer. 1, 2. That will be a 21 to hit.
Yeah, it's
Okay. 2d10. 1, 2, 16. 21 damage. Bludgeoning damage. As the pincer just snaps on your leg there, you kind of pull it free and
when I get to Amethyst, I will cast Dimension Door.
Huh.
okay.
Ooh.
Give me that concentration. That's right. The spellcasting check. As it is a conjuration spell, although it's actually at advantage now because you did tear this apart. Okay.
Show
will do.
both of them. You did it,
Yep.
you guys. You did it.
So Lucas, you are currently visible. Fly over to the invisible person who you can see because you have the invisibility. They can all see you too. Grab on and dimension door, poop, and they don't know where you are. So,
Oh,
you
hopefully.
you guys on the rock will see Lucas appear suddenly, like holding
Whoa.
on to something invisible because you can't see invisible.
You guys are gonna see me and Raz hugging because we just had a moment. What's up, guys?
Wow. I mean, as long as you're okay, you know.
Listen, the rule was you call us if you needed us, and we didn't get a call. So,
We told you we needed you.
well, you know, you
We
got
need a
here.
pickup.
You got to them before they hit.
Yeah.
I assume they would have
Oh.
heard the bellow shouting out over everybody.
I
You heard that loud voice. Yeah, just
I
yeah.
heard something barking, but you know, I don't speak that language, so I have
Yep.
no idea what he said. So where are we going? Are we just like leaving?
So you hop on the rock, settle in there, become invisible because the rock is carrying you again. With that, and then you guys have the rock take off.
Yep.
Okay. The rock, a couple beats of the wings there, flies up. At this point, you see the Baelor and the Glabrazu, two Glabrazu, fly up as well. You're far enough away from them that they can't get to you, and you're out of its range to see it because so it's sort of like scanning the area, looking around, find them, and the rock just takes off at its 120-foot movement, and nothing else here can fly that fast. So.
Nope, because he's the goodest boy.
Yeah. So you will fly away there. You see that it is just a hive of Chasmi demons, the two Labrazu, the Baelor, just bellowing and screaming out there, as just chaos erupts everywhere. Maybe one last perception check as the rock is starting to fly away.
All of us?
Sure.
Okay. Perception.
Okay. Athena, you're staring at the Baylor, just like, and it's just this massive thing there, just flying. The wings outstretched there. You can see the weapons and everything else. It is huge. It is larger than large. The two Glabrezus are looking around. They're also scouting this here in the end, like staring around the area. However, as you're flying up and over, Raz, you will see on a you will see from this area over here, like over this side over here, a large red-skinned devil-looking thing fly out from like a similar like platform over on this tower over here, flies up and out and is like scanning around looking, and you will see as it just kind of reaches back and pulls out a gigantic black sword from its side there, just kind of like scanning the skies and looking all around.
No.
It pauses a moment, sword in hand, as it sort of like looks somewhat in your direction. Not exactly at you, but somewhere scanning the skies as you're flying away. It's looking up at you. Lucas, you will also see on that platform, as this thing steps there, a red-robed figure step out as well, sort of like scanning and looking around.
Ah, there he is.
You do not see Corwain, but you definitely spot Rary. And with a natural 20, I'm going to give you one more thing here. There is a person. Well, we have two things. I'll give you two things with a natural 20. First of all, Rary is gaunt, and even as you're flying away there, there's a sort of an odd, like his hands as he kind of like up there, he puts his hands up there, it's like casting something. His hands are almost skeletal looking. His face is gaunt. You don't see any hair or anything else and his eyes are kind of this burning, like baleful looking greenish color as he's looking up at you there. As he's casting and kind of like scanning the skies. But there is also a large human, maybe a humanoid, well, it looks to be maybe human, kind of standing like a couple steps back from him, just sort of like standing there like arms limply at the side, they're kind of looking at the ground, just sort of like just like almost lifeless looking there, but obviously kind of this large hulking human there, some sort of dull armor, not very shiny. It's kind of tarnished slightly. And he's kind of standing there looking at the ground next to him. You do not recognize that individual at all.
Human looking, you said?
What?
Yeah. But as nothing else can fly as fast as you guys at this point there, and since you're at this point all invisible and beyond the range of true sight, you are able to fly and take off, getting away from the scene. As at this point, even looking back there, you can see that there are lots of flying things all over the place now. They're just like flying all directions. They're kind of ranging out and around behind you. Obviously looking and scouting the skies.
Hmm.
I think they know we're here.
Yep. They
Sure
do.
They certainly do. But the joke's on them because we're not here anymore. We're over here. So
And you
So-
got 2 portals closed. 1, 1, 2, 2 before they found out.
yeah, 2 rifts closed now.
Yep.
3 to go. At least
So,
3 to go.
do we want to take a rest? Do you guys need a rest? How are you doing? Do you need help?
I'm a little bit injured.
Oh,
A bit down.
Would it be helpful if Raz dispel with you next time, and we'll have 1, 2, 3 dispels?
That's probably for the best, yeah. Lucas is probably taking more damage now than he's ever taken in the whole campaign put together.
Yeah.
No,
Or-
I've definitely got quite low before.
Yeah.
I know,
But
I know.
the powerful demons of true sight are definitely a difficult thing to deal with. So
Definitely.
Yep.
But now we know where the Baylor is, we probably know that Corwain's with him. Even though you already had a good idea that he was there, at least now that we've seen it. We've seen the Baylor, we know that Corwain's not far behind.
so what do we do now?
Can we just explode the whole tower? How can we get some explosives?
If we had Eldon, from what I understand, he had a ton of explosives.
Yeah.
you're not wrong there.
But then most of the stuff here is resistant to fire, so regular explosives wouldn't work anyway. You want some kind of divine light or something, explosives, or I don't know.
You tell
Craziness.
the artificer he can't build explosives to blow up demons.
I'm saying they won't take much damage from fire.
That's fine. Alright, so what do we want to do now?
Same thing we do every day.
Sleep?
I can create earthquakes.
Snacks. Oh, earthquakes. That might be quite useful.
Jim, how far away did you say the abyssal portals were from the devil portals?
About a mile.
So we do want to circle over that way and hit those? Hit that one? Press our luck for the day while we still have the rock out?
I will point out the fact that this is hanging out at that portal along with
What is that?
What is
That-
That's the
that?
white one, right?
that
Not the
is a
gray
pit
one.
fiend.
Oh,
That is Trexcar. Imagine that the black
The red
sword is a
thing.
black mace.
Red thing I
imagine.
see.
Oh
Imagining.
my god.
I don't need to imagine. I mean,
Yes, yeah. As you look back in that direction, you see that thing, and the both of you have definite recognition, having seen this thing kill you in a way.
listen. We don't have to go back there tonight. We can totally wait until things quiet down, right?
Well, Amethyst must be down quite a few spells. There's quite a few dispel magics went off there.
Yeah. I had to cast all of my level 3 mad spells and a couple of my level 4 because I failed so miserably on those dispel magics.
Well, it's understandable. It was scary as bejesus out there.
Yeah, but if that had gone off quite well the first couple of rounds, we could have probably got out of there before anything saw us, but we screwed up.
It's okay.
Not before it saw us, because they saw us when we turned up, but before we took any damage at least.
I still say you're okay. I think what we need to do now is regroup, get you some rest, and try again tomorrow, maybe?
Oh, when they
Or-
expect us coming? Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's come back tomorrow.
Well, do you want to go today?
I think they're on high alert right now.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll be on as high alert tomorrow.
Maybe
Is there-
it's a good time to come in from the other side and try to close a different rift.
So,
I don't know.
Lucas,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know your spells. I have never looked at your book, so I don't know how that works with you. But, do you have the ability to make it so that we can't be scryed upon?
That's what non-detection is for.
Yeah, that's what the non-detection.
Yeah, but that's why we stay on the rock. What happens if we're not on the rock? We're gonna sleep on the rock? I mean,
You
it sounds
can't-
comfy, but
You can't do non-detection on more than one of us, though.
No. So yeah, single target.
So, Lucas, you know very well how scrying works. Essentially, Rary has never met any of you. He's seen you, like, before. So you all get a wisdom saving throw. He starts scrying any of you. In fact, he's only actually ever seen, technically, you and Amethyst. He's never seen Raz, never seen Athena. And even that, he only saw you briefly. So there's nothing like scrying isn't something he likely to do on you very well. Because you're both also good at wisdom saving throws. So, and he wouldn't be able to scry on anyone else in your party, really. He's never seen any of them.
Yeah, because even Esk he hasn't seen.
I mean,
We could,
technically, he's heard of you at this point, so he could technically try to scry, but it's a +5 to your save.
we could potentially use seeming and just look different. I don't know how that works with scrying. I'm not sure.
It wouldn't defeat scrying. Scrying
Okay.
only change. Apparently, is an illusionary appearance change.
Okay.
All right, so what I'm hearing is we just stay on the rock and go to sleep on the rock. That sounds like the best option we have right now. Which is fine. We can do that.
Oh, he can still scry on us. So it's only the rock he can't scry on. But 8 hours.
He can try. And of course, he's going to try. So he's going to go ahead and.
Mhm.
So I will need you guys. Let's see. Go ahead.
Because the non-detection spell only lasts for 1 hour.
8 hours.
8 hours.
Okay.
But we can stay on the rock
Mm-hmm.
and be non-detected for.
No, the non-detection only affects the rock.
Oh,
Yeah, you can still scry on you guys.
okay.
Which he's gonna. Let's see here.
What was the point of
Look.
having it on the rock then?
So that we
Cool.
can get the rock in without being detected.
And you can't see invisible on the rock. The see invisible is a division spell.
Okay.
Yep. It wouldn't affect true sight, but natural true sight. You right look on that, Lucas. But if you're casting a spell or trying to see anything with a spell, it doesn't work. Actually, so Lucas, give me wisdom saving there, Lucas. As you can. Yeah. So a somewhat familiar tingle of scrying happens, but you just kind of force it away, and nothing actually links up to you. You are aware that something scrying attempt was made. Well, you feel a bit of unease, but knowing what you know of scrying and knowing your enemies, you put two and two together and realize they tried to scry on you, and it didn't work.
You should do one on him now. See if that works.
Yeah.
Go on, I dare you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, scry on Rary or the 20th level cleric.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who's aware that you're in the area. Well, in that case, yeah, you are able to kind of pull away. How far away do you want to go? You want to go miles away, a full like rest of day ride away, or fly away? What do you want to do?
You guys want to get some spell slots back, right?
Yeah, possible.
So do we want to go an hour away for a long or for a short rest? Do whatever you can do for that, and then see where we're at. And then if we have to go more than that, we can do more than that.
I don't get any spell slots back on the short rest.
Oh, okay. Again, I
Yeah.
don't know how your character works. I apologize.
We're not wizards, Harry.
No, but
Or
sorcerer
warlocks.
points, and you know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Um,
All right, so let's go. What? 6 hours away? Brest. And this will be when we wake up. It'll be day 3 with the rock out. So we're pushing a week of having to have him on downtime.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So you will find a place. We'll just call it. You want to pull out the tower, or everything, or try to find some place a little less noticeable.
I think the tower doesn't have that much defense on it, but I think with the Sword of Warning, I think we'll be alright doing the tower.
Well, the blade, the giant blade will only tell you if something's about to attack you, not if it's within sight of you. So
Just stops things from surprising us.
yeah.
Probably best try and hide as much as possible with a rock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get to re-roll that, right? Like
Cast
because
every hour with the staff and keep it invisible.
Mm-hmm.
There is that option as well.
Someone's staying up all night though doing that.
True.
No. How many charges does it take for the Manatech one?
What it should say on it?
It says
Does it
6 charges, and
it's a
then
third level spell, so you can cast twice.
okay, so
Because it takes three charges per cast. That's how that works.
and I don't because it's Manatech. Does it reset every morning, or do I have to roll for it?
You roll d6 plus 1, I believe. It should say in the description. On the recharge.
So why don't we keep the rock hidden overnight? I'll wait for the last when these hours are finished, and then I'll cast it again, and then I'll re-roll, and see what we get for in the morning. So at least the rock is hidden at night. Well, undetectable at night.
Yep. Okay. So the rock will sort of like kind of shoot down, do its thing there, kind of crouch down, and it was like a big because it has dark feathers, so it looks sort of like a big mound of something or other. You guys are able to find a place to hide and such. Kind of do that. Now that you're away from this space here, you will hear amethyst. We'll call it. This probably makes the most sense.
Yeah.
You will get a message from your centaur friend.
Oh yeah.
Saying they have set up their refuge in the south and have sent scouts into the Cauldron to gather supporters, to find like-minded people and rebels. That's what you get out of ascending.
Okay. Brilliant. I'm not really sure what else to say.
I can tell him we closed 2 of the rifts.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll tell him that. Good idea.
Yeah.
We closed 2 rifts. There's at least 3 more in there. Very dangerous. Stay safe.
Okay. They can't speak back again, but they at least they acknowledge. And so You know, they're in the region and are heading into the Cauldron, sending some people into the Cauldron. So there's that. The evening will pass uneventfully, at least. At some point, you might hear. Everyone roll perception checks to see who hears what.
Jim, what was that? It was a D6 plus what?
For what? Oh,
The-
D6 plus 1. Yeah, how many
1.
charges?
D6 plus 1. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
No worries. This you're finding just because you're just kind of frazzled and rattled, and you realize that with making it a little harder for you to rest, hard for you to focus, is that you're not able to get in contact with anyone in this proximity of the Cauldron. It's for one of the first times ever you're getting nothing but static. I will say you get a bit of a empathic buzz, a little bit. Like you get a sense of a little bit of worry, a concern, and obviously other things there. And you realize the emotions you're getting a little bit of emotion, at least, from Elia. Nobody else, but you're getting a little bit, enough that you're kind of sensing the concern and love that you're that you're used to feeling from her. You still feel that, so she's still there, but the voice will not come through at the moment.
I will send the same feeling back, lots of love. Hopefully none of the danger, none of the fear, just concentrate on the love.
Okay. So anything else you would like? Sorry. Lucas the 24. You will, just straining, you will hear faintly the beating of wings. Nothing close. Just kind of hear wing beats, kind of in the distance. Nothing spots. Nothing comes close. Nothing gets close to you, at least. As just sort of is this off, like you just kind of barely hear it, and then there's a howl of wind, and you kind of like listen, and it's not closer. You'll hear it again, and another howl of wind is sort of in between the howling wind, for the most part there, but nothing that's close to you, at least. So it keeps you on edge during your watch, while you're there. So the evening will pass uneventfully. You'll get your long rest in, retrieve your things, and you have the rock. At this point, the rock isn't really sleeping. It's just like lying down, kind of doing one of the kind of, you've seen like birds that's kind of it's kind of on the ground. Their chest almost on the ground, their wings pressed to the ground. She's like lying there.
Are you tired, babe? Yep, she's probably tired. I'm going to feed her some of the leftover wolf meat I have in my packet.
Yeah. It will sort of like look, and you're holding out like a bit of wolf meat to something the size of a semi truck, and it's just sort of like kind of looks at and like puts it back there, like it's like handing someone a couple of crumbs. But
Yes, I understand. But you're going to get so much fill of the demons very, very soon.
Yep.
Not like it understands a word I'm saying, but whatever.
Well, I mean, it just sort of like it sort of looks cocks its head at you and just kind of like tosses its head around a little bit there, and just yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a new day ahead of you. You don't see anything in the sky as you approach, as you wake. As you look out there, you don't see anything on the horizon specifically. at least for the moment, you seem to be clear.
How do you add the charges back on? It won't let me do that.
I'm not sure. I never quite know how that works on D&D Beyond. So either right click them or click or right click, one of the two. So
It's all right. I'll
I'll
figure it out.
inspire everyone in the morning. 23
Morning,
hours back.
your
Yeah,
morning
temple.
inspiration. The music plays as you eat whatever food you whatever food you're doing here. The rock will eat whatever leftover create food you have as well. And it will sustain but not be pleasant. It doesn't care. So, what would you like to do now?
All right, so which one do we want to close this time? Do we want to go for that one all the way in the back, or do we want to go and close some of the ones closer up front, the elemental ones?
I feel like they're going to be camping at the rifts now to try to stop us from closing anymore.
You think?
They're going to be expecting it. We've just closed 2 rifts. They must know that we've closed other rifts as well before. I feel like they're going to be waiting for us by the rifts, and we need to be really, really careful. I mean, we can do see invisibility, make sure there is nothing nearby, but I feel like it's an ideal place for an ambush. Like, just, they're going to be expecting it. If you've got 5, statues in your garden made of gold, and somebody turns up and steals 2 of them, and then the next day the other 3 are just still standing there, you're going to at least be watching them, aren't you? You're going to be like, they're going to come back for these other 3. I know what these people are like. Tell Nicholas to leave you alone, or I'm going to speak to him sternly.
Oh, it was Nick this time, but it was Sarah a few minutes ago.
I'll definitely speak with her sternly. Listening
All right,
to
so
no. So
I think we should still go after the rifts, even if it's a diversion. He doesn't know which one of us can close the rifts, correct?
he knows what we're capable of. He probably knows what we are, what we can do. We don't know how many times he's scryed on us. We've spotted the thing a couple of times, but he could have been watching us every day, every night. He could have seen every fight we've been in when we haven't been concentrating on what's around us. I think he knows what we're up to, what we're doing.
I don't think the jig is up just yet. I really don't. I think, yes, they're going to be a little bit more guarded, but I don't think the jig is up just yet.
Okay.
What do you think, Rasmir? Are there nooks and crannies inside of there that we can hide in and skirt around?
The first one, the low one. That one looked very nice.
Yeah. The elemental one of
Crevices,
Earth.
nooks, crannies, like you were asking for. All those nooks.
Elemental Earth it is. Let's go do that one. Just one. And if we do that one, if we get caught, we can bring the rock in and he can have dinner.
So let me ask you this: how do you want to approach? What do you want to same approach, different plan? What's the idea you have? This because
My idea is Same approach. We come in from the side we came in on, and we land fairly close to that, as close as we can with the rock without it being heard by the wings. And then just kind of let the two of them walk in and do their, well, the three of them walk in and do their thing. Although I don't know how you're going to cast invisibility on.
We
Reznir.
can't. That's the thing. Well, we can. I can do twin cast, but that's using more resources. It's 4 sorcery points as well as a 4th level spell.
You can twin cast it.
Yeah, twin cast costs the level of the spell in sorcery points.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah,
I can use 4 sorcery points.
I was thinking you're also using greater visibility, not invisibility. That was my mistake. So never mind.
You-
I wasn't getting the 4th level spell thing because it's greater visibility, not invisibility. That's why.
Yeah.
So it's 4th level spell. Yeah.
Well, it's pointless using invisibility because as soon as we cast a spell, it'll drop.
Right.
So,
I was thinking more the approach, not the actual operation.
So
You have
let's
to get into the area first, and yeah.
let's do the same thing. We fly in with the rock until we're comfortable going. If we go any further, they're going to hear the wings, and then assess from there.
okay.
Okay.
Did we notice if they actually saw the rock? Do they know that we're on a giant bird?
You do know that the scrying on the battle with the orcs would have spotted the rock, because
Okay.
the rock was there tearing apart their troops. The riders in the back of the party there, so they would have seen it.
Mhm.
Now, whether they know you have that all the time or what that works there, they may not know that. Although, to be fair, you do realize the rock was owned by Nico Vol, who works with Corwain. So
Of course.
he knows what you have.
He does.
Used to work for Corwain. Now
He's
the
now
goodest
dead.
boy works for now the goodest boy works for me.
Yes. No, but Nico Vol works for Corwain, and he knows that he had the rock. So
Yeah.
putting two and together, the smart boys will gotta go. Oh, they have a rock to fly on.
Yeah.
When we banish Nico Vol and all of the other things that we've banished so far, they could just pop back through the rifts, couldn't they? In much the same way that the other guy did.
Now
Even
they would
though-
come. They would not be the same thing. Nico Vol would be a chain devil again, not the person that was using the powers of a chain devil.
Right.
Nico Vol was actually So you'd be getting a straight up chain devil, not the man who was a 15th level barbarian plus the powers of a chain devil.
Yeah.
Right.
Are we doing temporary hit points again, Lucas?
Yeah, I already got that.
Did that.
So let's do the rinse and repeat. It seemed to work pretty well. We're not going to be up that high, obviously. We're going to be lower this time, but
Sure. As you invisibility with a ways out, and non-detection if you want to use that as well if you can. Go ahead and give me perception checks as you approach.
I rolled 4, Jim.
Okay.
It won't let me add it on there, but I've got enough to do this one.
Okay, good.
How close are we at this point?
I mean, you tell me how far. As you're approaching, I would say you're probably a good mile out or so before whenever you guys decide to cast your invisibility and everything else.
Yeah, it goes less than an hour. So I would I'm going to cast foresight as well. So I'll set 8 hours.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Okay. All right. So Amethyst and Raz, you will notice something a little different from the previous day. There are just and Lucas 2 of the 24. There are definitely more flyers in the air. They are flying patrols and patterns around the region. up and out of the chasm. They're literally flying all over the place. Finding a place to land and be able to fly into there and not run into something is something with the size of a rock is going to be virtually impossible. I mean, you could definitely land outside and come in, but flying up to the edge of the chasm of the cauldron itself is going to be just about impossible. There's just too much in the air between imps, between chasmi, between horned devils. At this point, they're all just like flying patterns and patrols.
Tim, question about the rock. If his hit points go down to 0, does he just go back into the statue, or does he die?
No, it just goes. It's banished at that point. Yeah. It's not,
okay.
It's not a real living thing. It's literally a construct made by the figurine. So, yeah, it would just wink out, and then and its countdown would start.
Okay. So that answers that question. Why don't we do what we said? Park outside, walk in, and we can have the rock create a diversion out here where the right hand is, while we're walking in to where that first portal is. He's really good at making diversions, and he's probably hungry.
You'll probably die as well.
Well, if he dies, he can just be resummoned again the next time, can't he?
Right.
Yeah, but that means we're walking.
Well,
out.
It means we're walking out. Yeah.
Yeah, we're walking out. It means we're walking out, 1, and 2. It also means that he's on a week cooldown period or more.
Yeah.
Yes, Resmir.
Oh, Lasty, the bird, it flies, it drinks ale, and it gets lost. What if Death Ward, if it almost dies, it just disengage and run away?
Sure. I don't have Death Ward, though.
I will Death Ward the bird.
He's a cleric.
I'm just, you know.
Rock.
I don't know if it's going to work, is it? Will it work on a summoned creature? Because a summoned creature, once they drop to 0 hit points, there's no getting back up again. They just poof, don't they? They just.
If it drops to 0 as well, the target instead drops to 1 hit point, the spell ends. No, it would leave it at 1. Yes.
Okay.
Because essentially, because it prevents you from going to 0.
Right.
Because the first time you would drop to 0, it instead goes to 1 hit point. So it would
Does
prevent
it then have the intelligence to know that it's just not dropped to 0 and has dropped to 1 instead? And then
it can be commanded. I mean, I think Fiends of Wondrous Power are not fully animal intelligence. You command them telepathically. So, I mean, they have the ability to take orders, and if you just need to think of them, what they need to do.
Right. So, as soon as I know that it's dropped down, you fly off, double movement, get out of there, and wait for us to command it back. So we have that as an option.
Although something would only need to hit it for 1 point to take it out.
True. This is very true.
Right. Either way, we're going to need to put our big boy pants on and get out there and do some portal closing.
Are they flying around all the portals, or are they kind of concentrating on the...
They're just flying around the canyon. I mean, they're not flying around... Canyon. Yeah. Essentially, they're basically, just like crisscrossing up and down all the place there. The flying circles around it. I mean, basically, it's like, it isn't so much that they're like, you wouldn't be able to get in. It's hard to get in without running into one of them. And if you run into one, it's like going to scream out and like call it a warning, because that's really what they're doing. They're just kind of making a screen to go through.
Are there any orcs or tieflings around anywhere?
On the floor, on the ground, yeah. Quite a few.
Let's use seeming then and make ourselves look like tieflings. And then use the invisible or whatever, and let's just try and be a bit more clever and a bit more sneaky.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
Or
I mean,
inconspicuous.
Because on the canyon floor, you have all of these little like ground things. I mean, you've got these guys up here, these guys dragging around rocks, and these guys just sort of like patrolling around on the ground. These guys moving things into place. These guys here kind of patrolling around.
make
So
me look like one of
these
the
ones on,
guys.
yeah, I mean, so this, and then you have a bunch of orcs. A lot of which are on horses, but a number of them are walking around. Like on the ground, you have like actual like barracks set up there and things. These guys are just literally lugging rocks around, pretty much. And these guys are just kind of stacking them, and these guys are yelling at them what to do. So it's kind of what you're seeing here on the ground level from before.
I think we should do that. Turn me into one of the guys lugging rocks. I'll pretend to be lugging rocks
No, they have to be
as we walk in.
humanoids. The Hat
Oh,
of Seeming,
all
and
right.
it's like the sky self on the whole party, so it has to be a humanoid, which is why I suggested an orc or a tiefling, because there are obviously tieflings around. You can.
All right.
I don't think manual labour is really something that we need you to do.
Yeah.
Listen, I was trying to blend in while we were doing a thing.
Yeah, but you can blend in by just sort of patrolling or whatever. And patrol around us in case anything happens. And then patrol
Okay.
the hell out of here. If it does.
Are there any creatures
All right,
around
all right.
the elemental rifts themselves?
Basically, you don't see. Thinking back to what you saw briefly down below there weren't many around the fire rift. You did see some kind of moving in and up to and around the earth rift. Although it was on the side of the canyon wall, so it's actually not on the ground. It's actually up on the side, up off the way there. But basically, everyone on the ground is they're literally just picking up rocks, moving them around there, building structures, putting things in place. Effectively, they're just doing manual labor on the ground for the most part. The orcs are training and riding up and down the canyon. Not much is coming and going from you didn't see anything coming and going from the elemental plane of fire. You didn't see anything coming and going from the plane of earth either. So they just seem to be natural. Well, not they seem to be rifts that are there essentially. And yeah, the earth rift is roughly 30 feet up on the wall. It's not at ground level. It's actually about 30 feet up. So, so you want to go with so land away and then go with theming. Theming also lasts 8 hours, so you can definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Are we going to head over to the fire one first, since there's not a lot of activity around there?
We can.
Well, if we're using seeming, though, we're going to stand out if there's not a lot of activity around there.
Well, we can use invisibility. The other two can be under seeming and just pretend to patrol, and we'll go over invisibly and try to close it. Then if anything does spot us, they're seeing tieflings. They don't actually know that it's us, and they don't know that, unless you've got true sight, in which case we're screwed. But, you know.
And Raz can talk to many of them.
One thing at a time, I guess.
Okay.
But seeming is a mana. I want to say it's a mana tech item.
Yep. Doesn't require concentration.
Yeah, so we don't need to worry about that dropping. So.
All right.
These on the bottom here.
Yeah.
Let's go do a thing.
Let's go do a thing. There's lots of other things there.
Yep, I'm just putting kind of where things are in general in relation to each other. And let me grab an orc or two. I'll drop a couple out there so we'll see.
As long as you drop them carefully, Jim.
Yes.
I don't think you have to be that careful with an orc. They're quite hardy, aren't
Okay. So, I'm giving their rider, their horse too. Okay. Great. All right. So then, yeah, that's basically, we can kind of shrink you guys all down here. You don't need to be that big, but
Shrinky dink.
we. Okay. So the plan is to kind of like go down to the middle and head down to the fire plane, the fire rift.
Yep.
All right. In that case, I would like you to all to give me a stealth check or performance check, as you are either trying to be unobtrusive and not stand out, or you're trying to act like a person that should be there.
Thank you,
Okay.
Gil.
Performance or stealth, whichever is better for you.
I also have thermagy, so 30 feet off in the distance, I'm going to keep trying to distract them with noises.
Sure. Okay. So make your stealth check with
Footsteps,
advantage.
sounds.
Yeah.
Which
I
is
mean,
probably
there's lots of
going to be
sounds in
good,
here already.
as I nat one.
Illusion also do a similar thing where you can create an image or a sound in the distance.
Again, yeah.
We could try to do that too, couldn't we? Be a bit more sneaky.
Can I use my DM's
Um,
inspiration, Jim?
You absolutely can. Go for it.
Yay, I'm going to use it because I nat one that, and that was not
Yep.
fun.
I hear you.
Mm.
So much better.
It
I mean,
didn't completely fail. It just
Okay.
wasn't
You're just
loud.
You're just a lumbering
majority-
Hulk, like all the rest
Majority, however, is over 20, so we go with a majority. So, essentially, roll and count
Mm-hmm.
cancel each other out. So, really passive wise, no one here. We'll just have Esk for an eye on it.
Yeah. Because Esk is really good at perception and with stealthy stealth.
Yeah. Lucas, you're sort of like moving along, no big deal. Weird because you're used to traveling in a group of 4. You don't see orcs traveling around by themselves. They're in pairs or in small groups or riding their horses. You don't see them wandering around alone. Right, almost this center here. You have more of the demons on the left side of the cauldron. The orcs more on the right side. The right side actually does have structures and buildings like barrack style buildings for the horses and actual stone stone like stable everything else. And there's quite a pretty much all along the right side here at the base of this cliff side here is just completely hollowed out like places for the orcs to live, and there's probably many hundred orcs total wandering through here, up and down this place. Again, this chasm about 5 miles back. So those of you steaming will work for 8 hours, which is plenty. 5 miles will take you a good if you're walking at a reasonable pace. It will take you probably close to 2 hours to walk all the way back through this chasm all the way back there. So, give me some insight checks or
Insight.
perception, either one. So, we'll see which one you roll depends on what information you get. Excellent. Okay, that's nice. Okay. I'll go in for insight. Cool. Okay. right.
Just like us.
So, yep. Oh, jeez. Okay. All right. So,
Of course.
amazing rolls across the board here. So, natural 20 up through a 30, 28, 29. So, yeah. So, what you will all take note. Again, the obvious thing is that, yes, there's a divide. The orcs don't travel to the left side of the cauldron. The demons don't really go to the right side. The only time that is when they're dragging rocks. So they will be dragging rocks over for the orcs to pick up and then build things on the other side. The Orthon will sort of kind of watch back and forth, kind of watching both groups keep. But yeah, the mains and dretch demons stay on the left side, the orcs on the right side. However, with those high rolls, you will spot a number of the orcs are looking around warily. Not all of them, but they're all sort of watching the skies, looking at each other. There's a lot of low murmurs and talking when no one's looking kind of thing. And there's definitely this sense of something is going on with the orcs. You're not really able to get close enough to hear what they're saying. They're not yelling things out there, but you definitely see that over there. Very likely the Centaurix agents that they're working with there are spreading information and seeing what they can do. There's also, with the high insight rolls, excellent insight rolls across the board there. There is a lot of resentful looks being shot across the chasm and up into the sky. There's a sort of, when kind of the snarl a bit on their faces and kind of muttering something under their breath as they're walking along. There's a pretty sizable amount of discontent among the orcs that are here. So that's something you see. Over the course of 2 hours, I will need Amethyst. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Is it against magic?
Of course it is.
With advantage?
Yep. Okay.
24.
You feel a sense of unease. It's a little that the fur on the back of your neck is standing up. Your ears are twitching a bit there. Someone tried to scry on you, and it failed.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So, you are able to keep going down there. As you get beyond the halfway point, you don't see very many people, very many demons, or very many orcs beyond the 2-mile part. Literally, the back half of the chasm there is not really well traveled. There's not a lot of people there. It's noticeably warmer. There's actual you can see a small trickle of reddish, not really lava, but reddish orange liquid pouring down out from where the portal is. It's too liquidy to be actual lava. It looks more like water, but it's very, very hot, and there's steam coming off of it there. And so the last 2 miles. Everyone freeze, or is that me?
That was you.
It
It's
was you.
okay.
We're all good. Made it this whole way.
Yeah, last 2
Yeah,
miles
we were
is what
just
we heard.
talking about that.
Well,
Can we just go in session?
no. But I will say that yes, those last 2 miles are very, very warm. You're getting there, and you talked before potentially about using invisibility this last stretch, or what do you? Because what you're seeing ahead of you is not a lot of population, and the 4 of you are walking off into a place that nobody else really is.
Yeah.
So how do you want to?
Yeah.
Lucas and I should definitely invisibility up, but I don't know what you two want to do. Do you want to stay around? Do you want to risk going in and have someone go, "Oi, what are you pair doing here?"
I think, for me, I would want to probably skirt up against the side of the mountain and try and, I know I'm not good at this, but stealth my way up to you guys. At least get as close as I can to you that in case something happens, we're there to help and jump out for an attack if you need it. Because if we wait here, it's 2 miles till we get to you now.
No, we're already 2 miles in.
Yeah.
It's not 2 miles to the portal. How far is the portal from where we are?
About 2 more miles.
Oh,
Yeah,
another 2
halfway. Said
miles.
halfway.
Yeah. So
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
yeah. So pretty much, yeah. This first 2 miles, it's very populated, lots of people there. The next 2 miles, it gets steadily warmer as you're moving toward it. There, you can just kind of see the heat rising from where the like fire river that's coming out. You'll also note at this point that there's definitely things flying up overhead. So nothing is coming down to you exactly right now, but there you run the risk of being spotted and potentially being spotted by something that could see through your seeming. So
I'm going to get up against the wall and start stealthing my way forward. That's what I'm going to do. Because I don't have a way of going invisible.
Okay. All right. Give me a stealth check.
Yeah, Tina and I will get over to the wall and we'll.
Sure. Just kind of like move.
Can you see
Yeah,
me
usually-
now?
Sure.
Can you see me now? Can you see me now?
And with this, Lucas can go invisible. Okay. Yeah, Athena, effectively, there's no cover here. You're trying to like hug the wall. Again, anything like flying above you can look down and see you. No real. There's shadows to move in and out of, but you're finding it really hard to make progress without standing out. It's like I have to. There's nowhere to hide along here. It's just rocks, and well, I might be able to hide. Like not here. So you're kind of stymied in your presence there. Your approach at least. Amethyst and Lucas was the plan to go invisible the last stretch. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it'll take you about an hour to get there. So again, it's so it's going to take you about you will be approaching the portal. You'll be
So
where we need to go.
Yeah.
Cool. Moving forward, you're kind of creeping along. They're moving very, very slowly. You know they're moving faster than you are. Like I said, you're not making good progress stealthily. But as you approach the portal, within, we'll call it 60, 90 feet of the portal there. Give me perception checks.
So, No Name has the Cloak of Elvenkind. Doesn't Athena have the Cloak of Displacement?
It doesn't help with stealth.
I do not. I don't have displacement.
Okay.
I have because, I had to have the rock on.
Yep. So, Rez, yeah, you are able to definitely things are having a hard time spotting you, but Athena's sticking out. You're kind of trying to keep her it's just slowing you down. Is what I mean. So.
All right, so I'm staying with Athena.
Okay.
Okay.
As you approach, you will spot something very, very important. Yes. They're not well hidden. Crouched in the rocks up on one side and a little bit higher up on the ledge there, just sort of like standing along there. And with your rolls, you'll see that you'll spot them sooner than this. You'll spot them by about 200 feet or so out. You will spot the two Labrazu just kind of like crouched in the rock there, looking and watching the portal. They look really familiar from the ones you saw yesterday, and you know they have true sight. So you're gonna have as you get close there, you're beyond their range. They don't know you're there, but that's what you see up there, crouched in the rocks to the left of the portal, up on the side of the chasm wall, are these two Labrazu.
Is
You know,
anything else
Athena.
around?
Nope, they're just crouched there waiting.
Is it worth double casting like Hold Monster or something, do you think?
I mean, it's possible.
What is that?
They've got good saves.
I think we let them. I think we just let them stay where they are, and then if they come at us, then we'll deal with it.
They're literally watching the portal.
Mm-hmm.
They're crouched at the left of it,
Mm-hmm.
waiting for you. So,
The rift that we need to go close.
right.
Okay. Well,
They're going to spot us, so do we need to deal with them first? Shall we just surprise them? We're not going to get past them. They got true sight.
Yeah, as soon as
Yeah.
we get within 120 feet, they're going to see us.
Yeah, they're basically
Well,
positions.
unless-
Yeah,
Unless we
They're-
stealth.
yeah. So yes, stealth could defeat true sight, but you're walking into the open. There's no real place to. It's a portal, kind of an open chasm area there, and they're up on the side. Well, I think then we will call things there as we are at time. Think about how you want to approach this, how you want to deal with these guys here, and how you're going to get back out of here, based on where you are, because you got a good trek to get back out of here with like a sky full of demons and devils
mm-hmm.
and a ground full of bunch more. You managed to get your way in, but now how do you close the portal and get out?
Well, Lucas and I both have Dimension Door. We can at least get 500 feet away. As a start, I guess.
Absolutely. So, well, again, that's when we come back. We are off for next week, as I will be out of town and won't be able to run next Saturday. We'll be back on the following Saturday after that, and hopefully we'll have everybody there. Hope everyone's had a great holiday season so far, and the New Year coming up here. Hope you all had fun. I hope you out there watching now and in the future enjoy. And as always, thanks for hanging out with us. Stop by again real soon, and stop by again, and drinks are on us. Take care, folks. Have fun.
Bye. See you next year.